Now ready in the ring to bring in those yearling rams, Hampshire fitted yearling rams in the south ring. We need Horn Dorset yearling rams in the north ring. Yearling rams to the ring, please. Judging our national shows this morning, judging the National Hampshire Show is Steve Pash from Grass Valley, California. Steve is an ag teacher at Bear River High School. He's a partner, owner, manager of Donner Trail Ranch. His wife, Melinda, and they have 4 children who have all been involved in the sheep industry, John, Doug, Nancy, and Diana. They raised Hampshires from 1966 until 2004. Exhibited and sold champion Hampshire ewes and rams at Sedalia Midwest Stud Ram Sale. They exhibited the first and third place Hampshire yearling ewes at the Old Chicago International when he was 12 years old in 1968. Jim Kretcher was the judge at that event. And also judging our National Horn Dorset show today is Steve Myers from Rushville, Ohio. Steve works for New Day Farms. He also raises Poll Dorsets. Let's welcome both Steve Pash and Steve Meyer to the national shows for the Horn Dorset and Hampshires.
Good morning, everyone. It sure is a pleasure to be here. It's always great to be at the North American, a great tradition of quality, and I think as we start out this Horn Dorset Ram class, I think we've got 2 rams that are both very nice. The ram we're going to start with, a little cleaner up through the front end, a little better off his feet and legs. Both rams got a lot of meat and muscle in them. Both rams got very good breed character to them. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Horn Dorset Yearling Rams, first place to entry 2, Castle 6502. Schatz Sisters of Quincy, Ohio. Second place to entry 1, Ridge Bets 85. Ridge Bets of Felton, Delaware. Now ready in the ring for our class of early fall Ram Lambs for the Horn Dorsets.
Well, it's indeed my pleasure to judge the Hampshire show here at the North American. It's really an honor, and I'm very humbled to have this opportunity. In this Hampshire Yearling Ram class, we have a really big, growthy, stout ram to start this class. At the ground, he's a bigger footed, just wider based, more massive ram. He's still clean through his chest plate and carries back wide and full back through his rear rib and flank. He's really the most massive ram down his top and overpowers the class in terms of both pounds and really breed type. He's a very, very woolly headed ram, a lot of Hampshire breed type. I'm very impressed with this class winner. This ram in second is very extended up through his front end. He's straight in his lines and correct on his feet and legs. Travels pretty well. He's just a bit more sound than the ram in third. Ram in third, a bit more massive. I liked his ruggedness and his big bone and his mass down his top. He certainly has that advantage over the ram in second. But just a bit scratching mouth today, and so he's in third. Then he easily overpowers this ram in fourth in terms of both bone and mass, just a bigger top, bigger hipped ram. The ram in fourth, a correct ram, very sound, but just gives up too much size and growth to run with these three bigger rams. Thank you.
Two really nice fall ram lambs out here in your Horn Dorset show. The ram we're going to start with, just a little more extended up through the front end, a little bit longer down his top line. Both rams got a lot of meat and muscle. Both rams very good off their feet and legs.
Placing on the Hampshire class of yearling rams. First place to entry 5, L&L 61, L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. Second place to entry 4, Bobbindryer 1320, Rare Feller, Bobbindryer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to entry 6, Strawberry Fields Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. And 4 to entry number 2, Brian Alwyn of Avalon, Wisconsin. Placing on the Horn Dorset Early Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, Gadsby 1313, Tim and Stacy Gadsby of Minerva, Ohio. Second to entry 4, Paul R. Castle W 6730, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Senior champion Ram for the Horn Dorsets went to entry number 3, our first place in the early fall Ram Lamb class. Gadsby 1313, Tim and Stacy Gadsby of Minerva, Ohio. Reserve senior champion went to entry number 2. The first place in the yearling class, Castle 6502, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio.
Nice ram to start this late fall class in your horn division. Really clean up to the front end, long, straight, and level down his top line. Showing in relatively short fleece. Really good off his feet and legs. Got a nice sail set. Got a lot of lower leg on him. Pretty nice ram to start the class with. Second place ram, longer and a little more extended ram than what our third place ram is. Maybe like to open his horns up a little bit. They're pretty tight to his face there, but a nice ram in his own right. Our ram in third, just a little shorter sided ram, just not got quite the extension we have in the two rams above him. A real good class.
Placing on the class of Horn Dorset late fall ram lambs. First place goes to entry number 5, Paul R. Castle 6695, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. Second to entry 8, NN 11201315, Natalie Richardson, West Chester, Ohio. And third to entry 7, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine of Greenville.
three very nice winter ram lambs out here. Ram we're going to start with really extended up through that front end, probably by far the longest class. A ram, the percentage is very good from that 13th rib back. A ram that's very level in his tail set. A ram in second, I think similar in type and kind, got some length of body to him. Not got quite as much as what we have in our first place ram, but another ram with some extensions, some style and balance. A ram in third, a little shorter sided, a little smaller frame ram. A ram that maybe like to change that horn set about that ram. I'd like to get it away from his eye a little bit there. But three nice rams.
This Hampshire Fall Ram Lamb class, I'm starting a real functional kind of a ram. He has most baith width walking around the ring, starts at the ground with a big foot, and he walks wide and square. He's a big top ram, big hipped ram. I like his breed type. He's just real stout and deep made. I like his rear rib and flank. He's real soft and deep. I really like his look. The ram in second, another stout ram, gives up a little bit of bone and foot size maybe, but a very straight level top ram. Good even-bodied ram. I like his structure as well. The ram in third, probably the youngest ram in the class, really just showing his baby teeth. I really appreciate that about him. He's just not quite as dead on down his top, not quite as much mass and body, but I do believe he's the youngest ram out here, and so to his credit, very youthful and very clean in his lines. A big long ram here in fourth. I just like to see him a little bit heavier in his foot, a little more erect on his pasterns and get around the ring a little better. Then a ram here in fifth place, big, tall, growthy ram. I just wish he tracked out with a little longer, more extended stride behind and maybe a little leveler in his hip design, but a big, deep-bodied, clean-faced, nice-headed ram. Thank you. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause, please.
All right.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Winter Ram Lamb class, first to entry 10, Paul R. Castle, PR 76, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to entry 9, McDaniel, 170, Jeff McDaniel, Arlington, Indiana. Third to entry 11, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the Senior Ram Lambs for the Hampshire show, first place to entry 13, Caskey, 3706, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 289, Krakow, 3082, Elaine Dorn of Arcadia, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 12, Bill Chapin of Coal City, Illinois. 4 to entry 7, Jerry Quammen family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 5 to entry 9, Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. 6 to 10, Double Bar D, Debbie and Denise Deal, Navarre, Ohio. And 7th place to entry number 11, Double Bar D, Debbie and Denise Deal, Navarre, Ohio.
Again, for the spring class, we have three nice rams out here. The ram we're going to start with, just really up-fronted ram. I love the way the neck comes out of the top of the shoulders here. The extension he has down the front, up through the neck and shoulder area. He's by far the longest ram in the class. A ram that's very good with his meat and muscle. He's very good off his feet and legs. A ram in second, maybe kind of got the extension up through the front end, but a ram that's really straight in his lines, straight on his feet and legs. Also has some meat and muscle. Just like to extend him out and make him a little more up-fronted as compared to the ram we start the class with. A ram in third, a little earlier, more early maturing ram, a ram that's a little deeper in his side, a little deeper in his front. I'd like to clean him up through that 1/3 of it, the front 1/3 of his body there, but three nice rams.
For the Horn Dorset, placing on that spring ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 14, Castle W6800, Paul Castle of Wytheville, Virginia. Second to entry 2, Shots 1294, Shots Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. And third to entry 13, Steve Vessels, Vine Grove, Kentucky. Now ready in the Horn Dorset ring for Slick Shorn Ram Lambs. Slick Shorn Ram Lambs, please.
Very pleased with this senior champion ram lineup. I believe the big, stout, rugged-made yearling ram has a lot of pieces that'll fit the industry. He'll certainly make big, powerful, stout range rams for producing seed stock, and he'll make seed stock to go on the commercial industry and make some very big, fast-growing kinds of lambs that'll work well for industry. He's really big-footed, really wide as he comes at you. Wide in his chest floor. He's massive in his top, massive in his rib design. He's good enough hipped and good enough on his hind legs. I wish he'd just a little higher in his dock to be perfect, but there isn't a perfect one out there, and he's awfully good. He'll be your champion ram. Just a real strong individual. Then for reserve a little closer, I've got a yearling ram here that is a long, straight, extended ram. This crumple-eared ram's really a correct straight line ram. He's got enough bone, I think. The fall buck lamb, I don't know how much age he's given up, but very, very balanced kind of a fall buck lamb. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, he's wide-based. But today, to me, I think this other yearling ram is there. He's stout, he's big, he's long, he's correct, and he'll be your reserve champion. Thank you.
For the Hampshire show, entry number 5, the first place yearling ram, L&L 61, L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska, was our senior champion. Our reserve senior champion, second place in that yearling ram class, entry number 4, Bobbindryer 1320, Rare Feller, Bobbindryer Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota. Now ready for January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
four nice rams out here for your slick-sheared Horn Dorset ram class. Ram we're going to start with just one of the longer, one of the heavier muscled rams, a ram that gives me a nice show from side profile when we view him from the side. A ram in second, a ram that also gives me a nice profile when we show him from the side. He's really straight, made down his top. A ram just gives up some meat and muscle to the ram we start the class with. A ram in third, a pretty profiling ram, a ram that's up fronted, a ram that you'd maybe like to put a little more rack shape in as compared to the two rams that are ahead of him. A ram in fourth, a little more bolder about his front. I'd like to level him in his top line, maybe clean him up a little bit. Again, four nice rams.
For the Horn Dorsets, now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ram. So we'll need the first and second place animals from that late fall ram lamb class, the winter ram lamb class, the spring ram lamb class, and this slick shorn class that just finished up. Placing on the class of slick shorn ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to entry 17. Paul R. Castle, W, 6843. Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to entry 16. Hof Dorsets, 2030. Hof Dorsets, Mike Hof of Milton, Wisconsin. Third to entry number 19. Tim Gadsby, Minerva, Ohio. And 4 to 18, Monica Ebert of St. George, Kansas.
really a nice set of rams out here for your junior champion drive. Four good classes here, 8 very good rams. I think it's a fairly close placing. A ram we're going to use to be your champion, junior champion ram will be the winter lamb here. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations. For reserve, I think it gets a lot closer between the late fall lamb and the second place winter lamb. We're going to go ahead and use this late fall lamb for reserve junior champion. 8 very nice lambs.
Now ready to show a pair of ram lambs for the Horn Dorset. Our junior champion goes to entry number 10. Entry 10 was out of the winter ram lamb class. Paul R. Castle, PR 76. Paul Castle of Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve junior champion, entry 5, first place in the late fall ram lamb class. Paul R. Castle, 6695, Shot Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. Again, now ready for a pair of ram lambs, and then we'll show grand champion and reserve grand champion ram using the senior champion in reserve and the junior champion in reserve. And then we'll follow that with best headed ram before going in to our U show. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place goes to Paul Castle of Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to Shot Sisters of Quincy, Ohio. Again, now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ram. We'll need the junior champion in reserve along with the senior champion in reserve in the ring at this time. Following that class, we'll have best
I think you've had a very good ram show. I think all these exhibitors deserve a round of applause for bringing out a really nice set of sheep in your ram division. I think we got 4 very nice rams out here, each a little different in their type and kind, but yet very similar in different ways. The ram we're going to use today just really straight made, really straight down his top line, really level in his hip, got some meat and muscle in him. Again, 4 very nice rams. We'll go out and name your grand reserve.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Grand champion ram for the National Horn Dorset Show goes to entry number 10, our junior champion. The junior champion came out of the winter ram lamb class. Paul R. Castle, PR 76. Paul Castle of Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion. Entry number 3, Gadsby 1313, Tim and Stacy Gadsby, Minerva, Ohio, out of the early fall Ram Lamb class. Now ready for best headed ram. Best headed ram, please.
It turns completely off. You have to hold it down.
Hold that mute button down.
On the left.
Yes.
I really like the style and the balance and the youthfulness of this ram we're starting the class with. He's structurally correct as he gets around the ring. Very smooth-bodied, straight-lined ram. Just a lot of good things about him. He's got a small baby-like head and just really dead on with his lines. The ram in second, not quite the bone, not quite the stoutness, but a very big top ram. I like the way he handles. He's smooth. He's wide down his top also, and gets around very correctly too. Just gives up a little bit of foot size. Maybe a little bit of breed type ram, but both very good in their breed type. The ram in third, a big-bodied ram. I'm not sure he's quite as young as the two rams ahead of him, but doesn't appear to be that way. But I like his bone, his size, his mass. Maybe not quite as clean through the front end, but he's got a lot of power down his top. He's got a pretty good hip, and he walks good. He just has the advantage over the ram in fifth. Length of body, especially length in 13th rib back, a little more extended ram. The real heavy bone stout ram with real nice muscle shapes, this ram here in fourth, just gives up a little bit of length, body length and length from 13th rib back, but a really useful kind of ram as far as his stoutness, his foot size. He's wide at the ground. He shows a lot of promise in the future. And a very balanced, complete ram here in fifth, maybe not quite as wide and thick as some of the rams up above him. A very green ram, but a correct structured ram. Very nice and balanced in his lines and has adequate depth and volume. So very, very nice set of January buck lambs. Very pleased. Let's put our hands together and reward these exhibitors.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. First place to entry number 22, Bob and Dreyer 1420, Bob and Dreyer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to entry number 21, Benjamin 1432, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third to entry 19, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to entry number 17, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. 5 to entry 23, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 6 to entry 15, D&K Hamps and Suffolk, Megan Pruitt, Rockford, Ohio. 7 to entry 14, Niemeyer Hampshires, Edwardsville, Illinois. 8th place to entry number 27, Bob and Dreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to entry 24, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. And 10 to entry 20, Joel Flandersville, Indiana. Now ready for February, fitted February Hampshire Ram Lambs to the ring, please. We're also ready for Horn Dorset fitted yearling ewes. For the best headed ram for the Horn Dorset show, it goes to entry number 3, our reserve grand champion ram. First place in the early fall Ram Lamb class, Gadsby 1313, Tim and Stacy Gadsby of Minerva, Ohio. Again, now ready for fitted yearling ewes for the Horn Dorsets.
Some impressive, growthy yet young rams here to start this February buck lamb class. I really like the big foot, the stoutness, the beautiful breed type, and the straight lines. This ram in first. He has adequate body depth. He's pretty lean condition today, but he still has just a tremendous amount of power underneath. He's wide walking. I think when he gets a little more flesh on him, he'll really fill out and become a powerful ram as a yearling. Really like his breed type. Just a huge foot on this ram, and very stylish and up-headed, and that neck just comes right out of the top of his shoulder. I really like his type and kind. The ram in second, a nice deep body, has a deep soft rear flank. I like that about him. Another big bone stout ram, very good about his breed type. He's thick down his top, maybe just a notch bigger in the upper rib coming out of his spine than the ram in first, but gives up a little bit of length, a little bit of profile, a little bit of the show ring look that the ram in first has, but another big, stout, wide-made, useful kind of a ram. The ram in third, just a little bit lower fronted, a little bit smaller frame kind of buck, but a very stylish, young, youthful ram. I like his foot. He's got a big, massive foot, and he walks wide also. A very stylish buck. He might be the youngest buck out of this lineup. I really appreciate that about him. Very youthful, but just gives up a little bit overall mass and size and length of the two rams above him. Another big, stout, heavy-boned ram here in fourth. I have a little problem with his mealy look around his mouth. I wish I could darken his points a little bit. A little shorter-sided kind of a ram, maybe, but a ram that has a lot of upper rib, a ram that has some base width, a wide skeleton at the ground. Then the ram in fifth spot here, maybe, to me, looks just a little bit older, maybe not quite as youthful as some of those above him, but a big, stout, big rib ram that's another useful kind of ram in his type. He has big bone, big feet, and gets around the ring real well. So a real nice set of Hampshire February buck lambs. Let's give it up to these exhibitors. Thank you.
Really powerful set of horn horse yearling ewes out here. When we view these ewes from the side, they got a lot of extension up to the front end. They're long, straight, and level down their top. They got high tail sets that you were going to start with, just exceptionally heavy bone. I just love that about her. A ewe that's got a super tail set. She's got plenty of volume. It looks like she could go ahead and eat grass and carry lambs and maintain herself, and that's what it's all about. Our ewe in second, another ewe with a nice profile to her, really straight and level down her top. I love her hip set. She's got plenty of muscle down that lower leg. Just another ewe, just giving up some bone and some style and some length of body to our ewe that we start the class with. Our ewe in third, another exceptionally long ewe. A ewe that's a little more bold about the front end. She doesn't have quite the tail set we have in the two ewes that we started the class with, but another big volume ewe that looks like she's going to make a great brood ewe. Our ewe in fourth, another ewe with some style and balance and some length of body. Maybe you'd like to straighten her up or give her back legs just a little more set to them in order to move up against the 3 ewes ahead of her, but a nice ewe in her own right. Our ewe in fifth, another real long-bodied ewe, a ewe that maybe just like to thicken up and deepen up just as compared to the 4 ewes that are ahead of her. The 5 really good ewes, taking nothing away from the other 5 down here at the bottom. Let's give this class a round of applause.
Placing on the Hampshire Ram Lamb class for the February division, first place to entry 42, Held, 14-15-47, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second place to 37, Caskey, 4489, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. Third to 31, Brent Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 35, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. 5 to entry 30, Rick Al Hamps of Arcadia, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 32, L&L Hamps of Blair, Nebraska. Seventh place to entry number 29, Kelgard Farm, Takema, Nebraska. Eighth place to entry 36, Nelson Hamps, Eaton, Colorado. Ninth place to entry number 38, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri, and 10 to 34, Pullens Hamps, Waterloo, Iowa. Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry number 23, TACW 6441, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to 26, DCW 6513, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas. Third place to 29, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 4 to entry 22, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. 5 to 27, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. 6 to 28, Steve Vessels, Vine Grove, Kentucky. 7 to 24, Steve Vessels. 8 to entry 30, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 9 to entry 25, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. And 10 to 21, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
Got a small class of Horn Dorset yearling ewes, slick-sheared here, but two ewes that are very nice. A ewe we're going to start with, a little more extended up to the front end, a little cleaner through that lower one-third of the body there in the front. Ewe that's really straight and level down her top line, really nice hip, pretty good off her feet and legs. Our ewe in second, another big volume ewe, maybe not quite as level out her top line, not quite as level out her hip, but a ewe that does have some meat and muscle in her. Two very nice ewes.
For the Horned Dorsets, your next class will be Early Fall Ewe Lambs. Early Fall Ewe Lambs will be the next class for the Horned Dorsets. Then we'll do Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ewe. For the Hampshires, your next class will be Junior Champion Ram, Junior Champion Ram, and then pair of Ram Lambs, and then overall Champion Fitted Ram. So Junior Champion Ram will follow the Hampshire class that's currently in the ring. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Horned Dorsets, first to Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Third, Schatz Sisters of Quincy, Ohio. 4, Steve Vessels of Vine Grove, Kentucky. And 5, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
This marked ram lamb class, we're starting off the very functional ram. He's wide-based, he's big-footed. He carries a lot of base width through his chest floor, yet he carries back to a wide sweeping rear rib design. He's deep in the flank. He's massive throughout. And it is, even though he's a big bone, massive ram, sometimes that big head goes along with that big bone. He's as young in the mouth as anything out here, so I'm using that buck. He looks really big for his age, but he could just be a big sheep, and I think he's going to become a very big, stout yearling. The ram in second, not quite as structurally correct in my mind, not quite as big-footed, but another straight line, big-bodied ram. He has more length from his 13th rib back than the ram in third. He's more extended up about his front end than the ram in third. Just a little more total length, yet he has adequate bone, he has adequate body depth. I think he'll make a bigger yearling than the ram in third. The ram in third, I really appreciate his bone work and his mass. I like his upper rib shape right out of his spine. He's very big-hipped, but he just gives up quite a bit on that side profile as far as length, and therefore I think he's going to give up overall pounds to the two rams ahead of him. The ram in fourth spot, a big extended ram up about the front end, not quite as good as he moves around the ring, a little straight on his front and the angle to his front shoulder. Doesn't get around quite as well on his rear legs as the rams up above him, but a very extended, good big-bodied ram. I think is going to make a very big yearling. Then the ram down here in fifth, a ram that just a little bit loose wide at the hocks as he goes away, a little bit rotates on his pasterns a little bit outwards, and I'd like to see him a little more sound, but all these rams are good in their mouths, they're good in their testicle development, good scrotum size, and I think they'll make some very useful Hampshire yearling rams next year. So let's put our hands together and congratulate these March Ram Lamb class winners. Thank you.
Now ready in the Hampshire ring to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion. Junior champion and reserve junior champion, and then we'll do pair of ram lambs and then champion, fitted ram, and reserve. Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires in the fitted division, first place to entry 48, Caskey, 4578, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. Second to entry number 52, Riviera, 701, 668, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to entry 49, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. 4 to entry number 54, Kelgard Farm, Tacoma, Nebraska. 5 to 53, Wagner Hampshires, Cole Camp, Missouri. 6th place to entry number 55, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. 7 to 46, Bobbendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8th place to 57, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. 9 to 47, Kelgard Farm, Tacoma, Nebraska.
There we go. Thank you. Really nice setup. Dorset Foggy Lambs here that you would really like to start with. Just got style and balance to burn. It's really up, clean up through the front end. She's long and straight and level down her top. She's great in her hips. She's got good bone underneath her. Really thick, got some heavy muscle to her. Just a nice ewe lamb to start the class with. Her ewe lamb in second, similar in type and kind. Another ewe with some bone underneath it. Got a nice hip in her, very up fronted. Maybe not got quite the extension up through the front end as of the ewe we start with. Maybe not got quite the levelness of the hip that is the ewe we start with. But another nice ewe in her own right. Are you in third? A large frame you would maybe like to change off those rear pasterns a little bit, pick her up a little bit. You just haven't got quite the tail set we got in the 2 years we start with. But a ewe that looks like she's going to go ahead and grow and make a really nice big yearling ewe. Are you in fourth? Another ewe that's got some up-headedness to her, really long and straight and level down her top, giving up some meat and muscle to the ewes ahead of her. Our ewes in fifth and sixth here, ewes just don't have quite the length of body, don't have quite the style and balance we have at the top end. A good class top to bottom.
Placing on the class of early fall ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First to entry number 38, Gadsby, 1310, Hunter Windland of Shakopee, Minnesota. Second to entry number 37, Castle, W6709, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Third to 34, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to entry 35, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. 5 to 36, Hof Dorsets, Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin. And 6th place to entry 33, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Six very nice ewes out here for your senior champion, Horn Dorset ewe drive. We got some powerful yearling ewes, both slick-shoed and fitted. Two really nice fall ewe lambs. I think it's a very close placing today. We got some style, some balance, some big volume sheep out here. I'm going to go ahead and use this yearling ewe for your champion. And for your reserve, I'm going to come back here to your fall ewe lamb, make her a reserve.
I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. Pretty. Thank you, sir.
For the Horn Dorset Show, our senior champion ewe is the first place fitted yearling ewe, entry number 23, TACW 6441, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve senior champion ewe, went to the early fall ewe lamb class winner, entry 38, Gadsby, 1310, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready for late fall ewe lambs. Late fall ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets, please.
For me, this is a real tough champion drive because I'm trying to project the way they're going to turn out next year's yearlings. I'm trying to analyze their ages, trying to look at their scrotum size, their bone work, their structural correctness, the amount of mass and rib they have. And I'd just like to describe these three class winners for a moment. The January ram lamb, a very straight patterned ram, very clean extended ram in his front third, very structurally correct as he gets around the ring. He's long hipped, he's long hind saddled. I wish I could just stout him up a little bit, his foot size, get him a little stouter to compete with a little more ruggedness the February and the March. The February ram, I really like his style. I like the way he profiles from the side. If I could change, I'd like to see him just a little deeper in his flank, just a little more upper rib shape. But he's so stout in his bone and body. He has very even depth. I'd just like to get him walking just a little wider as he moves around the ring off his rear too. The March buck lamb, I like his rib shape. He has maybe the most shape out of his upper spine. He has some base width coming at you. He's a big-footed, rugged ram. I'd like to see him just a notch smoother maybe in his makeup as the two rams ahead of him. But as I analyze his mass down his top and his hip shape and the way he sets down and moves around the ring, I really like his overall width and body type and that ruggedness and durability built into him. So very close on some of these rams. I'm going to go out this time and pick your junior champion reserve.
Our junior champion goes to entry number 48 on the Hampshire side of the ring. Entry 48 came out of the March Ram Lamb class, Caskey, 4578 RR, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion to entry number 42, first place in the February Ram Lamb class, held 141547, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Now ready for pair of ram lambs. Pair ram lambs is your next class, Hampshire exhibitors. For the Hampshires now ready to show for our champion overall fitted ram and reserve. So we'll need the senior champion in reserve, junior champion in reserve in the ring at this time. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place goes to Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. Second place to to Aaron Held of Aurora, South Dakota. Third to Bobbendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth to Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. And fifth to Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky.
A very youthful appearing ewe lamb to start this class with. A real extension down up to the front end, long, straight, level down her top, standing on good bone, moves out nice on her feet and legs. Our ewe in second, similar in type and kind, very clean up to the front end, long, straight, and level down the top, big volume kind of ewe, just giving up some total length of body to our ewe lamb ahead of her. Our ewe lamb in third, another ewe lamb with some length of body. A ewe is a little more bold about the front end, maybe like to clean her up about that front end, maybe extend her just a little bit more as compared to the two ewe lambs ahead of her. Our ewe lamb in fourth, another big volume kind of female, just shortens up when you view her from the side, like to extend her out, make her a little longer, a little smaller frame, shorter sided kind of lambs in fifth and sixth down there. Good class top to bottom.
Placing on the class of late fall ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place to entry 39, Polar Castle 3729, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. Second to entry number 43, Ridge Bets 101, Ridge Bets, Felton, Delaware. Third to 41, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. 4 to 40, Ridge Bets, Felton, Delaware. 5 to entry 45, Steve Vessels, Vine Grove, Kentucky. And 6 to 44, Hof Dorsets, Mike Hof of Milton, Wisconsin.
Well, it's certainly been a privilege to judge this Hampshire Ram Show here at the North American. I'm very pleased with the types of rams we have out here to represent our different division championship winners. The yearling ram, a really big stout buck, coming at you. He's really wide in the chest floor. He's got a massive upper rib design, and he carries deep into his lower rear rib. Very big hipped ram. He has some stifle muscle. He walks wide off both ends. I like his bone. I like the flex to his pasterns, yet he's still fresh for his size and his mass. I think he's a very heavy weighing ram, and I like that about him. He's really performed well. The second place yearling ram, a little different type of sheep. He's not as deep. He's not carrying as many groceries maybe, but he's a very straight, structurally correct ram. I think he's a very straight level ram down his top. He's long from 13th rib back. I like his pattern, his extension up front. So he's a good, useful kind of ram as well. The March ram lamb, a lot of upper rib shape. He's wide based. He's big footed. A lot of balance in that ram. The February ram that was a reserve junior champion, maybe not quite the upper rib shape and body mass, but a very big boned, stylish ram. Very nice from the side profile, very extended up to his front end, and shows a lot of promise for next year. So at this time, I'm going to go out and congratulate our champion reserve grand champion, Hampshire Rams, of the 2014 North American.
Champion fitted ram overall goes to entry number 5. Our senior champion, first place yearling ram, L&L 61, L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. The reserve champion fitted ram to entry number 48, first place in the March ram lamb class, our junior champion ram, Kasky 4578 RR, Pine Lawn Farm of Holland, Minnesota. Now ready in the ring for our early class of fitted yearling ewes. Early fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshires to the ring. Those animals born prior to and including February 28.
Really a straight, stylish ewe lamb to start the winter ewe lamb class with. Really extended up to the front and long, level down her top. Nice hip on her, got some meat and muscle down in her lower leg there. Her lamb in second, similar in type and kind, maybe a little heavier bone lamb than what we have in the lamb that starts the class with, but not near the extension, not near the length of body we have in the ewe that we start with. Her ewe in third, another straight, stylish ewe, giving up some length of body to the two ewes ahead of her. Same as the case with our fourth place ewe, just like to extend her a little bit lengthwise and maybe raise her tail set up just a little bit. Her ewes at the far end, nice ewes in her own right, just not quite as sound, not got quite the length of body we have at the top end.
Now ready in the Horn Dorset ring for Spring Ewe Lambs. Spring Ewe Lambs, please. Placing on the Horn Dorset Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 50, Paul R. Castle, W, 6763, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to entry 46, Sync 179P, ET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third place to entry number 48, Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4 to 49, Hunter Winland. 5 to entry number 51, Mariah and Jordan Troutwine of Greenville, Ohio. And 6 to 47, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. We're very proud to welcome our official media partner, RFD TV, America's Agribusiness and Lifestyle Network. Their news crews are on the grounds and today and tomorrow, and they will be airing lots of reports from the North American. To find out more about where you can watch their quality programming, go to rfdtv.com.
really nice set of spring ewe lambs here from top to bottom. Nothing wrong with the lambs at the bottom. They're just a little younger maybe, giving up some size and scale to this top end. A really nice set here that you were going to start out off with, really straight and level thickness and muscle, and got the whole package here. Really pretty up through the front end. Really ties in nice behind them shoulders. You in second, you that if we could make her just a little stronger behind those shoulders and maybe hold herself together a little better on the walk, I think she could push this ewe lamb in first place awful hard. But a nice ewe lamb in her own right. I'd just like to tie her together just a little bit better. You in third, another real smooth maiden ewe, got some length of body to her, maybe like to raise her tail set just a bit, give her a little bit more muscle as compared to the two ewes ahead of her. Two smaller frame, shorter sided females in fourth and fifth, just like to lengthen them out as compared to the ewes at the top to bottom.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 57, Paul R. Castle, W6838, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to 54, Sync 211P, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third place to 58, Natalie Richardson, Westchester, Ohio. 4 to 53, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry 52, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. 6 to 56, Schatz Sisters. 7 to 55, Steve Vessels, Vine Grove, Kentucky. And 8th place to 59, Hof Dorset's Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin.
Really nice set of slick-sheared ewe lambs out here. The ewe lamb we're going to start with, really powerful. Really square down her top, level in her hip. Got a lot of bone under her, got some volume and capacity. Could have done well in the fitted classes, that's for sure, but she looks super good, slick-sheared. Our ewe in second, I think most closely follows her in type and kind. Another ewe with an extension, not near the straightness in their lines, not near the meat muscle we have in the top ewe, but another ewe with some extension and some straightness about her. A little smaller framed ewe in third, a ewe that is pretty thick, heavy muscled, maybe like to clean her up in the lower one-third of her body a little bit as compared to the top end, but a nice ewe in her own right. Our ewes in fourth, fifth, and sixth, ewes are just giving up some meat and muscle and some straightness in their lines as compared to the ewes at the top end. A really nice set.
This first Hampshire yearling ewe class, we have some real structurally correct sound ewes, good moving ewes, straight lined ewes to start the class off with. And this ewe in first to me just has a little bit bigger foot size. She carries out leveler and wider to the hip. She has more shape out of her upper rib. A really big hipped ewe, just really balanced and well put together. She wins the class, but it's a close second. The ewe in second, I'll admit, just a notch more extended up through her front third. She's really dead on level down her top too. Just gives up a little bit of the upper rib shape, a little bit of the mass through the hip, but a very stylish, up-headed, attractive, structurally correct ewe that travels and gets around the ring very smoothly and very eloquently. The ewe in third, just a little stiff off her hind legs. I'd like to see a little more set this ewe's hock, but talk about a big bone, big ribbed, rugged ewe with great Hampshire breed type. I really appreciate some pieces that this third place ewe brings to the ring. The ewe here in fourth, another beautiful profiling ewe. I would just like to stouten her up a little bit in her bone work up front, but a really long top, big topped ewe, very powerful, just like a little bit bigger foot size, and this ewe could move up the line. The ewe down here in fifth, another nice pattern, straight lined ewe, very structurally correct. So 5 great Hamp ewes to start off our show here today. Let's bring our hands together and reward these exhibitors. Thank you.
Now ready for fitted Hampshire late yearling ewes for the Hampshire Fitted Show. And we're showing junior champion and reserve ewe over on the Horn Dorset ring. Your next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the Horned Dorset Slick Shorn ewe lamb class, first place to entry 64. Paul R. Castle, W6688, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to 62, K. Whitmer, 500. Maria and Jordan Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. Third to 60, Maria and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. 4 to 65, to Shot Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. 5 to 61, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 6 to 63, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas.
I think you've had just a super set of ewe-lambs out here in your Horn Dorset Drive. They've been good all day, but this is the cream of the crop. I think there's 4 or 5 ways out here you could go. I think they're all pretty good. It's really close placing here. I think there's, I don't want to try and make a statement today, but I think when we got sheep that look this good slick-sheared, we're going to have to go ahead and use a slick-sheared ewe-lamb for your junior champion. She'll be your junior champion ewe-lamb. She is really straight level, got great bone on her. When we got sheep that looks like good slick-sheared, we got to go ahead and use her. For reserve, it gets a lot closer. I think we can go several ways, but I'm going to go ahead and use this spring ewe-lamb for your reserve junior champion. A great set of sheep. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now ready for Horn Dorset pair ewe lambs. Our junior champion went to entry number 64, the first place out of the Slick Shorn ewe lamb class, Paul R. Castle W, 6688, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve junior champion to entry 57, first place out of the spring ewe lamb class, Paul R. Castle W, 6838, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Again, now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Then we'll show grand champion ewe, and then we will show the best headed ewe, flock, and that will conclude our Horn Dorset show. In our Horn Dorset show today, we do have a couple of special awards that were presented. In the Ram classes, the Best Headed Ram Award is the Marion Mino Honorary Perpetual Trophy, donated by the Castle and Merzinski families. The Best Headed Ewe Trophy is the Jim Luster Memorial Perpetual Trophy, donated also by the Castle and Merzinski families. In our Hampshire show today, the special awards, the Jim Kretcher Trophy, a traveling trophy given in honor of Jim Kretcher, the former executive secretary of the American Hampshire Sheep Association, presented to the exhibitor of the first place mixed pair. The Flock Challenge Cup, presented in honor of D.L. and R.E. Chapman, breeders of Hampshires for over 50 years, sponsored by Chapman Sheep Farm, South Rockwood, Michigan. And Roy Gilman Memorial Award in honor of Roy Gilman, who was American Hampshire Sheep Association Executive Secretary from 1956 until 1975. That award is going to be given to the first place young flock. Also, the 125th anniversary celebration classes. Those are some special rules for those classes. The pair of ram lambs, pair of ewe lambs, pen of 4, both sexes, and the flock. Those classes are district versus district with only one entry per district. Slick sheared and fitted animals will be shown together in those with no premium but ribbons and rosettes awarded. In the Horn Dorset ring, now ready to show Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewes. So we'll need the Senior Champion in Reserve along with the Junior Champion in Reserve in the ring at this time.
I think you've had just a super Horn Dorset show. I think all these exhibitors deserve a round of applause for bringing out a super set of sheep. I sure would like to thank the North American for letting us use this facilities. I don't know where else you could go to have such a wonderful facility as what we have here, and it sure has been my pleasure to judge. And I thank them for asking me to judge. It's truly an honor and a pleasure. I think we got 4 super individuals out here for your champion drive. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm looking at sheep that's got big volume. I think they need to go ahead and be able to be productive in the field. I think they need to have some bone on them. I think they need to have some capacity. I'm going to go ahead and use this yearling ewe for your champion. For reserve, I'll go back and use that fall ewe lamb for your reserve champion. So congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset, our grand champion U goes to our senior champion. Entry number 23, first place in the yearling U class fitted, TACW 6441, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve grand champion goes to our reserve senior champion, entry number 38, the first place winner in the early fall U-Lamb class, Gadsby 1310, Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready for best headed ewe. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Horn Dorset, first to Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third to Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 5, Shots Sisters, Quincy, Delaware. Quincy, Ohio. 6 to Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 7 to Steve Vessels, Vine Grove, Kentucky. For the Hampshires in our fitted division, the early yearling U class results. First place goes to entry number 77, Pullen 1713, Pullen's Hamps, Waterloo, Iowa. Second to 72, Held 1395, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. To entry number 83, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. 4 to entry 62, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 5 to entry number 76, Luke Benjamin. 6 to 75, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. 7 to entry 74, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. 8th place to entry 61, Macera Farms of Salinas, California. 9 to entry 71, Bobbendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 10 to entry number 65, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Now ready on the Horn Dorset ring for flock class, for our flock class for the Horn Dorsets. Best headed ewe for the Horn Dorsets went to entry number 43 out of the late fall ewe lamb class, Ridge Bets 101, Ridge Bets, Felton, Delaware.
In this second Hampshire yearling ewe class, I'm starting what I believe is the most structurally correct ewe in the class. She just gets up and moves around this ring with a lot of elasticity, a lot of flex and give to her pasterns, yet she's very clean up through her front end. She has adequate width and capacity through her middle rib and her lower rib. She's a good hip, level-spined ewe, just really a stout-based ewe with a lot of width at the ground, and she also has a very clean extended front end. I really like this ewe. She has a slight advantage over the ewe in second in that the ewe in first just a little bit better on her rear pasterns. The ewe in second just slightly, I like a little give on their pasterns and flex. Just that ewe in first just a little more powerful in that regard. But the ewe in second, maybe just a scotch more upper rib, just a little bit more condition on her maybe. I think some of that natural thickness down her top is due to the advantage in condition. But big-footed, wide-tracking ewe, extended and beautiful up to the front end. The ewe in third, I really like the fact that she's showing a little bit in lamb. She's showing little signs of parturition, and she'll probably lamb pretty early. I like that about her. She's a big, long-topped ewe, not quite the heaviness of the two ewes above her, but a very extended ewe up through her front third, a very long-topped ewe, and level out her dock. The ewe in fourth, for me, is a little bit of a problem. She's a big-bodied, powerful ewe, a lot of bone in this ewe, just not quite as smooth right behind her shoulders, not quite as good out to her dock. Toes out just a little bit up front, but a big-bodied, massive. I like her hip, I like her rib shape, I like the pounds she brings into the class. The ewe in fifth spot, another very balanced ewe, a ewe that's straight in her lines, gives up a little bit of mass, a little bit of body, a little bit of size to the four ewes ahead of her. But a very strong class of Hampshire yearling ewes here to wind up our yearling show. Thank you.
Placings on our late class of yearling ewes for the Hampshires. First place in that class goes to entry number 91, Bobbin-Dryer Boys, 1346, Bobbin-Dryer Boys of Pipestone, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 84, Caskey, 3628, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Third place, number 82, Bobbin-Dryer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 88, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. 5 to 87, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 6 to 81, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. 7th place to 85, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. 8th place to 90, Kelgard Farm, Tacoma, Nebraska. 9 to entry 81, to entry 80, Nelson Hamps, Eaton, Colorado. And 10th place to entry 78, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Placing on the flock class, first on the flock, and also winner of the premier exhibitor for the Horn Dorsets is Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second in the flock, Schatz Sisters, Quincy, Ohio. And third to Ridge Bets, Felton, Delaware. That does conclude our Horn Dorset show. Our judge has been Steve Myers of Ohio. For the Hampshires, we're now showing pair of yearling ewes. Your next class will be senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs, Hampshire exhibitors on deck. Judging our national pole Dorset show today is Eric Bruns of Powell, Ohio. Eric is the shepherd at Riverwood Farm, where they run Dorpers, both white and regular Dorpers, as well as Tunis. He's the vice president and on the board of directors of the Dorper Sheep Breeders Society, and he also raises Suffolks. Let's welcome Eric Bruns to your national polled Dorset show. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Hampshires in the fitted division. First place to Bob and Dreyer Hampshires of Pipestone, Minnesota. Second place, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Third, Ellen L. Hampshires. Fourth place to Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. Fifth to Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Sixth to Bob and Dreyer Boys of Pipestone, Minnesota. Now ready for fitted Hampshire senior ewe lambs. Fitted Hampshire senior ewe lambs to the ring, please.
on, wait till turn 3.
And the Horn Dorset yearling ram class, three different types and kinds out here. We're going to use a ram that's the most complete. He's really straight down that top. He's high-shouldered. You got to appreciate that about him. Where he really excels the rest of the class is his feet and legs. He's really good on them. You get him put in motion. He stays together. Really nice-headed kind of a ram, really short ear, nice broad muzzle on him. Just wins with his overall completeness. The next ram, by far the tallest and longest rams, you handle him down that top. He's super, super long spine. He's very long from the 13th rib back, really long hip. Just when you get him put in motion, I'd like to see him up on those feet just a little bit better on those back wheels. Maybe hold himself together up through that front end just a little bit nicer to run with the fault-free individual that wins the class. The next ram in line, a little coarser put together. He's a little bigger fronted, not quite as smooth down that top. Doesn't have quite the balance as these individuals have, but you gotta love the depth of rib, the spring of rib, the way he carries that depth into that rear flank. You do appreciate the ruggedness that he's got. Really nice class of yearling rams. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for Pole Dorset fitted early fall ram lambs. Pole Dorset fitted early fall ram lambs, please. Placing on the fitted yearling rams for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry number 5, Walco Dorsets, D308, Walco Dorsets, Devin Walco of DeSmit, South Dakota. Second to entry 3, Pope Francis. Busy Corner Farm, Daniel Lokes, Cummington, Massachusetts. Third place to entry 1, Robert Shims, Indianapolis, Indiana. Special awards in the Pole Dorset show today. The Grand Champion Trophy and Banner is donated in memory of Don Moorhead, the Don Moorhead Memorial Trophy. That's given by the family, presented to the winner of the Grand Champion Ram, and that is a rotating, revolving trophy. Also, Shady Hill Farms presents a perpetual trophy for Best Headed Ram in the Pole Dorset show.
Your senior ram class, the ram we're going to start with super down that top. He's super wide, just handles, he's angular. He's front end, I'd like to see it maybe tied together just a little nicer. He's bold, but he's got a lot of width, the chest floor. You handle him down that top, he's super thick in that loin, super wide hip, big boned. You really appreciate the head this ram's got, just a big broad muzzle on him, a nice hair coat on him, just a really easy kind of a he's a long spine kind of a sheep, but when you get him this deep rib, they seem like they shorten up. He does not do that. He's a long-bodied ram. The next ram in line follows that type and kind. He shortens up on his length of spine just a tick. Maybe not quite as free on the move when you get him put into motion. He doesn't hold himself together as nice as our class winner, but two very similar rams. The next two rams, a little taller and longer. The ram that's in third, not quite as straight down that spine as what our two individuals ahead of him are. Not standing on quite as much bone as our first two. Fits into that third hole. Rounding out the top four, by far the tallest at the point of the shoulders. He's a straight-made kind of a sheep. Just like to see him when he's put into motion, track a little wider off those back wheels. Maybe have a little bit more bone and a little more body on him. But a nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready to show for fitted senior champion and reserve. So we'll need that fitted yearling ram class winner in second, and also the fitted early fall ram lamb first and second in the ring at this time. Placing on the fitted early fall ram lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first to entry 8, Spildy 9010, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Second to entry 9, Purple Ribbon Farm 1425, Purple Ribbon Farms, Camargo, Illinois. Third to entry number 10, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. And fourth to entry 7, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio.
Here in the senior champion drive, the Pole Dorsets here, four very good individuals, going to offer a lot to the breed. You like the bone, the way these rams can move out, the breed character of all four individuals. They've got nice heads about them. When you're talking about Pole Dorsets, you want to talk about a breed that's going to have fall lambs, mothering, maternal ability to them, and that's when you're talking about spring of rib, depth of rib. For me, the two rams that really kind of put it together are these two fall buck lambs. You just like the straightness, the width they got, the depth of rib, the balance they got. They're going to be your senior and reserve senior champion. Congratulations.
Fitted senior champion ram goes to entry number 8, Spildy 9010, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve fitted senior champion ram goes to entry number 9, second place in that fitted early fall ram lamb class, Purple Ribbon Farm 1425, Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. Now ready for fitted late fall ram lambs. Fitted late fall ram lambs to the ring, please.
This Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class, I really like the power and mass down the top of this ewe I'm starting with. She's also a big-footed, big-boned ewe. She gets around the ring wide at the ground. She's got some chest floor width. She's got some rear flank. She's got a big old top in her, and she's the kind of ewe that's going to make a big old good brood ewe, I believe. Ewe in second, very extended ewe up through her head and neck. That neck comes right out of the top of her shoulder. She's a wide tracking ewe, maybe a little too wide on her rear too, but very long-bodied, balanced, another big top ewe, very stylish ewe. The ewe in third, I just like to get a little more wool on her head. She's just a little bit opened up about her head, but I like her bone. I like her ruggedness. I like the way she moves around the ring. She's very athletic, very flexible. I really like the way she widens out to her pins. She's very wide through the pins, and when she tracks from behind, she tracks wide and true. The next ewe in line in fourth spot, a stylish ewe, a ewe that might have the advantage of a little more breed type about her head and have a little more complete wool down her nose. I like that about her, but she gives up the foot size and the ruggedness of the three ewes above her. Gives up a little bit in overall body mass. Then the ewe in fifth, a heavy boned ewe, but a ewe that I'd just like to stretch out a little bit, but very correct ewe. A ewe with a lot of width, a lot of mass, heavy big foot. She's got good breed type about her head. If we could just lengthen her out a little bit, she might run with these four slightly longer, more bigger profiling ewes. A nice deep class of Hampshire Fall Ewe lambs. Thank you.
In the Hampshire ring, we're now showing for our senior champion ewe. So we'll need the senior ewe lamb first and second, the early and the late yearling ewe class winners and second place animals. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 95, Herrig 0970, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 106, Benjamin 1401, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third to entry 102, Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois. 4 to 103, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 5 to entry 105, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. 6 to 93, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 7 to 94, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 8 to 100, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. 9 to 98, Brian Alwyn, Avalon, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry number 104, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. Aaron Held, we need your second place early, Yearling U.
on this late fall class. Kind of an interesting top pair up here, the two different types and kinds. But the ram we're going to start with, he's a bigger, taller, extreme kind of a model, but he's got that depth of rib you like, and when you really evaluate these two rams, when you put them in motion, he moves, he takes a longer stride off those back wheels. He handles a lot longer from that 13th rib back. He's not liking it out here. He's really not acting too well for these guys. But when you look at his head, he's got a much better Dorset head. He's got that small ear. He's got that big bold eye. He's got that hair coat that you want. The ram in second, this a little plainer kind of a headed ram. You like the thickness he's got. He's getting a little bit too bold into that lower shoulder for me. I'd like to have him cleaned up for being a younger ram, but you love the depth of rib. You love the straightness he's got. When you handle him, he shortens up in that hip structure. That's what really separates these two rams. He probably stands on just a little bit less bone than our class winner, but two very, very good rams, two different rams. The next ram in line kind of follows the type and kind as our class winner, but he doesn't have quite as much bone underneath him. He's not quite as good on those feet and legs. That's what gets him into that third place hole. I'd like to see him have those hocks just a little bit wider, especially when you get him put into motion. The next ram in line just kind of shortens up all the way around. He's a little thicker than our fifth place ram, especially the thickness down that top. The ram rounding out the top five, I'd like to see him up on those feet and legs just a little bit. He's the shortest from the 13th rib back compared to these individuals ahead of him. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs. Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs, please. Placing on the fitted late fall Ram Lamb class, first to entry 11, McDaniel 1422, Captain Stubby. McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. Second to 13, Purple Ribbon Farm 1435, Purple Ribbon Farms of Camargo, Illinois. Third to entry 12, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 14, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5 to 15, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana.
Here in Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class, single entry, a big-bodied, massive kind of a ram that I'd like to maybe see clean that front end up just a little bit, but he's got a lot of power down that top, carries a lot of muscling in that lower leg. What I'd really like to change him is give him just a little bit nicer head, little better Dorset type head to him, and put a little bit more bone under him, but a nice individual. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to entry 16, T. Myers, 8745, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Now ready for Pole Dorset fitted Ram Lambs.
This senior champion Hampshire U lineup, there's some awfully good females out here. These fall ewe lambs, very solid, very good in their own right, a lot of style, a lot of balance. But I'm really focused on these yearling ewes. They're here, they're mature, and they're just a tremendously sound, correct, big-bodied group of ewes. They all have big bone, big, wide, heavy feet. They have adequate Hampshire breed type. There's a few of them I'd like to get a little more wool on their head maybe, but I really like the structure and the bone and the side profile of these ewes we're looking at up here. And it becomes very, very close. Our early yearling ewe class winner, probably the biggest ribbed ewe. As you look her down the top, she handles the most spring out of her spine, spring and shape her upper rib. She's a very deep flanked ewe. She's also the best hipped ewe out here. But I think some of that natural thickness down her top might be attributed to a little more condition. And I appreciate the fact she can put on condition and is a little bit pounds heavier kind of a ewe than the rest of the ewes in the yearling ewe lineup. But she's really a balanced ewe, a stout ewe. Second, right behind her, this first place Class 2 ewe. Really like the way she sets down on her feet, the bone she has, the way she tracks wide, stands wide. This ewe's showing a little green today. Is that attributed to the fact that she's maybe hasn't had as many groceries? I don't know. I just really like the way she ties in up through her head and neck. She's dead on level down the top. She might be the levelest spined ewe of all these ewes out here. So it becomes very, very close. I analyze these ewes. So it's a close call. Some may disagree with me, but I'm going to go out and select your champion reserve senior champions at this time.
Senior champion ewe for the fitted portion of the Hampshire show goes to entry number 91 out of the late yearling ewe class, Bobbindryer Boys 1346, Bobbindryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve senior champion went to entry 77, first place in the early yearling ewe class, Pullen 1713, Pullen's Hamps, Waterloo, Iowa. Now ready for January ewe lambs. Fitted Hampshire January ewe lambs to the ring, please.
two really nice individuals at the top end of this class. The ram that we're going to start with, he just kind of puts it all together. You love the depth of rib, the length of body he's got. He's got a cool front end in him. He just holds himself together so well. He just puts all the good things together in one nice package. When you get him put into motion, he holds himself together really, really well. The ram in second, granted he's a little bit longer spined, maybe not quite as much natural thickness down that top line, but a real good individual as well. You like the way both these rams are, their feet and legs, their toes point in the right direction. The ram that we're going to start with, he's got a little bit smaller ear set on that head, but two very, very good individuals. The next ram in line, the big, massive, pounds heavy kind of a ram, and you got to appreciate that about him. You love the depth of rib, the length of spine he's got. Like to just make him balance a little nicer to run with these two individuals ahead of him. Clean that front end up just a little bit. When you get him put into motion, I like to have him take a little nicer stride off those back wheels, but he fits in that third hole. The next ram in line, really long top kind of a sheep. I just like to see a lot more depth of rib, maybe raise him up on those toes to run with these individuals ahead of him, but that depth of rib just needs to have a little bit more mass, get him looking a little bit more masculine. The next ram in line, not quite as nice to the balance as the individuals ahead of him. Like to clean that front end up, straighten that top line. He's a little bit higher at the hips and the shoulders. Get that changed about him, and he'd be very competitive in this class as well. The next ram just runs out of power on that top line, straightness of lines to run with these individuals ahead of him. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the fitted winter Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First goes to entry 21, Sid's Dorset 714, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second to 19, Cedar Lane 1408, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 17, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. 4 to 18, Walco Dorsets, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to entry 22, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. And 6 to entry 20, Larry Inbody and family, Genera, Ohio.
two nice individuals that come to the top of this class. But both rams are shown in very short fleece. You got to appreciate that. Kind of what you see is what you get. The ram we're going to start with, just a little nicer up through that front end than our ram in second. When you handle him down that top, he's got a little bit more thickness down that top. He handles a wider loin out into a little nicer hip structure. The ram in second, you love the depth of rib that this ram presents. He looks like a big, massive ram from the side profile, but when you get your hands on top of him, he's not quite as thick down that top line. Like to clean that front end up just a little bit, shorten them ears, clean the color up off the feet. It's not over 50%, but it is a little bit of a concern. The next ram in line just doesn't have quite the power that these two rams have, especially it doesn't have the extension. It doesn't tie together up through that front end quite as well as these other rams, but he's a very long, straight-made kind of a sheep. You love the depth of rib and the spring of rib he's got. When you put him in motion, he's probably the most fault-free. When he's on the move, he just looks great, but just needs to have a little bit more of him to run with these two ahead of him. The next ram in line just doesn't balance together quite as nice. He's a little bolder up through that front end. He breaks down that top just a little bit, doesn't hold himself together quite as nicely as these individuals ahead of him. The next ram in line, real long-bodied kind of a ram. Just need to have a lot more depth of rib, especially in that rear flank, to give him that balance and the style that these individuals ahead of him have. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
this Hamp January ewe lamb class. I think we have a real cool kind of ewe to start the class. She's really big top, she's big footed, she's stout, she's big bone. She carries a lot of rear rib and flank, big old top in her. Just a little better in her breed type, a little bigger in her bone work or foot size than the ewe in second. I really appreciate the muscle shape and the rib shape of this ewe in second. She's wide-chested, yet smooth laid in through the shoulder. She comes out of her shoulder with a nice big upper rib right out of her spine. She carries a real nice hip, real wide walking. And of the three top ewes, she's probably the most structurally correct of the three. The problem is she's not quite as extended, not quite as much bone as the ewe ahead of her. Yet it's because of her structural correctness that she's going to place over the ewe in third. The ewe in third doesn't get around the ring quite as well, a little stiff legs, but boy, you talk about a ewe that's going to be a beautiful fronted, big extended ewe up to her front third. She's really beautiful laid in through her shoulder, and yet she has great width through her chest floor. A big ribbed ewe. She just disappoints me back there in her pin structure, and has a tendency to get up under herself a little bit from behind, but she has a lot of great pieces. It's probably going to make a great female. The next ewe in line, a little more refined kind of ewe, a little finer in her foot size up front especially. A nice top ewe, a ewe with some muscle, some mass, just gives up a little bit of frame, a little bit of foot size of the ewes up ahead of her. Then the ewe down here in fifth spot, another good ewe, a ewe that I'd like to maybe just extend a little bit as compared to these ewes ahead of her. But another good solid ewe that's good on her feet and legs. And so we end up with 5 pretty structurally correct ewes, the kind of females that can go out and be productive in the flock for a lot of years, I'm hoping. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here in the Slickshore Ram Lamb class, we've got an individual that wins this pretty easily and hands down. He's really straight down that top. You love the profile he's got, the depth of rib. He handles like a dream. He's got enough muscling down that lower leg. Where he really excels the rest of the class is the breed character about his head. He's got that bold eye. He's got the right shape to his muzzle. He's got the right ear set. Just puts it together. You know, he's got the look, the breed character. He wins it quite easily. The next ram in line, the little more of a weather type sheep. You love the power he's got. He may have a little nicer rack shape than our class winner, but when you analyze the heads on these two, he's just a little bit more sour. He fits in that second hole. The next ram in line, a really massive muscled type of a ram, but where he gets into third holes, when you get him put into motion, he's very, very short hipped, and he takes a very short, choppy stride. You need to lengthen that hip out and get him striding out just a little bit nicer, maybe get a little bit nicer Dorset head on him, and he'd be able to roll up into this class. The big rangy ram down here just doesn't have quite the shape down his top. He doesn't tie together quite as nice as these individuals. Like to see a little more muscling in that lower leg. Fits into that fourth hole. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for pair. We're going to do pair ram lambs for the Dorsets, pair of ram lambs. Then we'll come back and do fitted junior champion, then fitted grand champion, then slick-shorn grand champion, and then our grand champion overall ram. So we'll do pair of ram lambs next. Placing on the fitted spring ram lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry 26, Turtle Mead 1402, Paul Wissinger of Sinking Springs, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 27, Nichols 1404, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to entry 25, Elaine Dorn, Canyon Falls, Minnesota. 4 to 28, Sydney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to 23, Dodie Dorsets of Levington, Illinois. Placing on the Slick-shorn winter spring ram lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to entry number 30, Double E Dorsets 1158, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Second to 34, Slack 4500, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas. Third to 32, Tyler Myers, Rushavania, Ohio. 4-33, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Again, we're now showing pair of Ram lambs. For the January class of fitted Hampshire ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 118, L&L 1484, L&L Hampshire's, Blair, Nebraska. Second to 123, Pullen 1409, Pullen's Hamps, Waterloo, Iowa. Third place to entry 109, Bob and Dreyer Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 120, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 5 to 124, Nelson Hamps, Eaton, Colorado. Sixth place to entry number 116, Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 121, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Eighth place to 126, Aaron Held. 9 to entry 113, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry 114, L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. Now ready on the pole Dorset ring for pair of fitted junior champion ram. Fitted junior champion ram, please. Over on the Hampshire side, we're ready for February ewe lambs. Placing on the pair ram lamb class for the pole Dorsets, first to Purple Ribbon Farm, Carmego, Illinois. Second to Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third to Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. Walpole Dorset exhibitors, the split in your yearling U class. The early class will be those animals born in 2012, basically fall yearling ewes, born in 2012. The late class will be those born in 2013. So we're going to split that class at December 31, 2012, and before will be the early class. Those born January 1 and later will be your late class.
Six really good individuals out here for your junior champion fitted Dorset Ram. All six of them, you just got to appreciate the straightness of lines, the feet and legs they've got, the breed character they got. When it comes right down to it, there's three individuals that kind of surface up to the top, and that's the winner buck lambs and the first place spring ram. All three of these are very, very good individuals. It gets to be just real ticky different things. When it comes right down to it, I think there's two bucks that are going to offer a whole lot to the breed as far as stud bucks. Are probably going to be some high selling bucks at the sale next year. That's going to be your two winner buck lambs. They're going to be junior and reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Our fitted junior champion came out of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 21, Sids Dorset 7-14, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. The reserve was second place to that animal in the fitted winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 19, Cedar Lane 1408, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready to show fitted Grand Champion Ram. Fitted Grand Champion Ram, so we'll need the junior champion fitted that we just selected, and the fitted senior champion and reserve, entries 8 and 9 in the ring at this time. Following that class, we will show Slick Shorn Grand Champion,
been a really nice buck show so far out here picking for your champion ram. Four really, really high-quality individuals. You love the straightness of lines, the depth of rib. You know, there's been some saying that the Dorsets have gotten too big, but when you get that depth of rib and the easy fleshing, these rams are all powerful. They've all got that depth of rib. They're not hard-keeping sheep. They're good on their feet and legs. They can move out. They can walk. The ram that really puts it together for me is the junior champion ram. He's just so cool up through that front end. He's so straight in his lines. He's got depth of rib. He's got feet and legs. He's correct on those. The toes point forward. Just a very, very fault-free individual. He's going to be your grand champion. Congratulations. For your reserve, it gets a little tougher between the reserve junior champion and your senior champion. This senior champion is just so powerful down that top line. He excels the reserve junior buck lamb. He's going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Fitted grand champion goes to entry number 21, which was our junior champion fitted. Came out of the fitted winter ram lamb class, Sid's Dorset's 7-14, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. The reserve grand champion fitted was our senior champion fitted out of the fitted early fall ram lamb class. Entry 8, Spildy 9010, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Now ready to show for Slick Shorn grand champion ram. That will be with the Slick Shorn fall ram lamb of Myers's, the Slick Shorn winter spring ram lamb first and second, first of Cody and Cameron Paulus, second of Monica Ebert. Following that class, we will show grand champion ram, fitted grand champion and our Slick Shorn grand champion and their reserves in the ring at that time. Following that, we'll do best headed ram for the Pole Dorset show.
For your Slick Shorn champion Dorset Ram, the grand champion is a pretty easy decision. That's going to be your Ram Lamb. It just puts all the pieces together. He's the most extended out here, but he balances very nicely. He's angular down that top line. He's got enough muscle. You put him in motion, he moves better than anything else. That's been in the Slick show. For reserve, it gets a little bit tougher between the fall ram and the second spring ram lamb. The second spring ram lamb, just a little bit longer spine, got a little bit nicer rack shape. When you get him put into motion, he moves out on a little bit bigger foot and bigger bone than our fall ram lamb. He's going to be your reserve. Congratulations, exhibitors.
February ewe lamb class. I think we have a real big, stout, complete ewe to start the class. Really like her foot size, like her base width, her chest floor width, yet she's smooth through the shoulder. She's extended up through her front end. Her neck comes right out of the top of her shoulder. She's very level down her top. She's got the biggest hip of any of these using the top lineup, and that's what I really like about her. And she has some twist and some inner thigh. Yet I think she's the correct age. She's just a big growthy ewe. She can make a tremendous yearling next year. The advantage is in the ewe in first, she just has a bit more muscle, a bit more mass down her top. Maybe this ewe in second's younger, I don't know. She's also a very straight, level, correct ewe. As these two ewes get around the ring, they take a longer stride off both ends. They fill their tracks better than the rest of the ewes in the lineup. Also, they have a little better fleece than the ewe in third. That bothers me just a little bit, that spot on her side. But here's another big-footed, big-bodied ewe that has a lot of depth of rib, depth of rear flank. She's really clean and still and extended up her front end. She's very correct on her feet and legs. She gets around just a little tighter in her rear leg structure than the two ewes in first and second. As is the ewe in fourth, just a little tighter in her structure. She gets around, takes a little shorter stride off her rear too, maybe a little shorter in her hip structure. And maybe gives up a little bone, these three ewes up above her. She's not as big in her foot, but a very big top, big loin, big hip kind of a ewe. I like her outward turn to her rib and her capacity, along with having an extended front end. This next ewe down here, maybe not one of the taller ewes in the class, but a very correct ewe, a ewe with a lot of base width, a ewe with a nice spring, outward turn to her rib. She's good in the hip. I really like the way she handles back there to her pins and back to her dock. She has a little more inner thigh than some of the ewes up above her, so she has some very good pieces to work with. A very good class of Hampshire February ewe lambs. Please put your hands together and let's reward these exhibitors.
For the Hampshires, we're now ready for March ewe lambs. March ewe lambs, please.
Here in the champion Dorset lineup here with the slicks and the fitteds competing against each other. Four really good individuals out here. It's going to take a heck of a slick-shorn ram to get around the fitted rams, but these guys are starting to knock on the door. This guy, he's straight down that top. If he was just a little bit longer spine and had a little bit more depth of rib, he could run with these that are fitted, but they are getting really close. You love the breed character, but just kind of falls just a little bit short, not taking nothing away from the slick shorns. Your two fitted is going to be your champion and reserve champion. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Now ready for Polled Dorset Best Headed Ram. Our grand champion ram for the Polled Dorset show wins number 21, which was our grand champion fitted ram, and our junior champion fitted ram. 21 came out of the fitted winter ram lamb class, SIDS Dorset 7-14, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. The reserve grand champion ram is entry 8, which was our reserve champion fitted ram. 8 was our senior champion fitted ram. And it came from the fitted early fall ram lamb class, Spildy 9010, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Now ready for best headed ram. Also ready for March ewe lambs for the Hampshires. Placing on the February ewe lamb for the fitted Hampshire show. First to entry 141, L&L 1496, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Second to 133, Rickow 4030, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 144, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 4 to 139, Strawberry Fields, Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 5 to entry number 143, Pullens Hamps, Waterloo, Iowa. 6th place to 147, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. 7 to entry 129, Bobbendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8th place to entry number 131, Davison Gilmore, Wichita, Kansas. 9 to entry number 145, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. And 10th place to entry 136, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. best headed ram is our grand champion ram, entry number 21 from the fitted winter ram lamb class, Sid's Dorset 7-14, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Now ready for early fitted yearling ewes. Early fitted yearling ewes.
Just a whale of a ewe to start the March U lineup. She has a kind of rib, kind of mass, kind of feet and legs that we're looking for, just really structurally correct, really big in every dimension. Yet she's youthful about her head. She's extended up through her front end. Just a super powerful, big-footed, big-bodied, deep-flanked, level hip kind of a ewe to start this class. The ewe in second gives up a little bit in foot size and bone work, but another one of the really deep rib, deep flank, big-bodied ewes. She's extended up out of her head and neck. I like that about her. She has a little more power down her top, power out her hip than the ewe in third. Ewe in third, a big bone, maybe a little bigger footed than the ewe in second, but she's just a little bit greener today. She is really extended up to her front end. I like the way she moves around the ring. Just gives maybe a little bit of a body mass and dimension of the two ewes above her. Next ewe in line, maybe a little bigger ribbed ewe than the ewe in third, but a ewe that just tightens up a little bit as she gets out and goes. She's a ewe that's just a little bit shorter in her neck. She doesn't come out of the top of her shoulders nicely as the three ewes up above her, but a really big-footed, big-boned, a ewe with a lot of base width down low, walks really wide at the surface. Next ewe down here, maybe just a little more refined kind of a ewe down in fifth spot, but a really good-headed ewe, really wooled in about the head and shows some real good breed type down her legs. Nicely balanced ewe, just gives up a little bit of the size and length of side of the four ewes above her. Very strong class, March ewe lambs, tremendous ewe to start the class. Thank you. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready to show for Junior Champion U and Reserve Junior Champion U, so we'll need the first and second place animals in the Hampshire ring out of the January, February, and March classes, please.
Super deep class of fall yearling ewes all the way down the line. If you're down that stand at that end, don't feel bad. They are all good. These top five just super powerful females. If you were wanting to get into the Dorset business, these five stud ewes would put you in the game pretty quick. The ewe we're going to start with, you just love the extension she's got up through that front end. She's really straight down that top line. She's very long. Where she excels the ewe in second, she's just got a little bit more length of spine. She's a little longer on that underline, but two very similar ewes, just two very good stud kind of females. The ewe in second, she may be just a little bit more powerful down that top line, but she shortens up just a little bit in that overall profile, but you love the feet work she's got. When you put her in motion, she just stays right there just like she looks standing still. You like the extension she's got up to her front end. If we could just make her a tick longer body, she'd give this class winner a real run for her money, but two really powerful fault-free females. The next ewe in line, the tall, long kind of a female, but she's got the depth of rib you like to see. She's got the profile. She's really straight down that top line. She's showing very short fleece. What you see is what you get. When you get her put into motion, I'd like to see her just walk off those back wheels just a little bit nicer, have a little bit more flex off those back wheels. The next ewe in line, big-bodied kind of a female, carrying a little bit more condition than the three individuals above her. But when you handle her down her top line, she's very wide. I'd like to take some of that fat off of her and probably make her look just a little bit more feminine. But when you get her put in motion, she tucks that hip structure down just a little bit. I'd like to see her change that way, and she could roll up into first or second quite nicely. The next ewe in line, the greenest ewe out here, what you see is what you get. You know, fat can cover up a lot of faults, but what you see is what you get in her. She's super straight down that top line, just a beautiful profile, the depth of rib she's got. I'd just like to change her off those feet and legs. She's kind of urinating on herself a little bit. I'd like to get that vulva tip up and get it put down where it's supposed to be. But five very good females. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, First place goes to entry 155, L&L 14101, L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. Second place to 168, Benjamin 1467, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third place to entry number 174, Bob and Dreyer Hampshires of Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 176, Kelsey Swanger of Richmond, Kansas. Fifth place to entry Fifth place goes to 166 Rabbit Creek Sheep Farms, LLC, Elko, Nevada. Sixth place goes to 173 Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Seventh place to entry number 150 Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. Eighth place to entry number 162 Pine Lawn Farm. Ninth to entry number 154 Strawberry Fields, Hampshires of West Greenwich, Rhode Island, and 10 to 149 Bob and Dreyer Hampshires of Pipestone, Minnesota. Placing on the early class of
I talked about all 6 of these ewes in class a bit. Just to reiterate a few points on the 3 ewes in the far lineup over there, our 3 first place winners. And I got to tell you, my champion, reserve junior champion, are going to come out of those 3. I like all 3 of them very well, each of them for a little bit different reasons. The January ewe, a really big-bodied ewe, big and heavy in her structure. She's probably the deepest rib, deepest flanked ewe. Whether she's going to end up the biggest ewe at maturity, I'm not sure. We won't know that for sure till next year, but I know she's going to be a heck of a good, powerful yearling ewe next year. Really big-footed. She's square. She walks wide behind. I wish I could just get her a little wider at her knees. She has enough width through her chest floor. She just narrows up just a tad in her knees. The ewe that won the February class, a little wider and carries a little truer down from her shoulder down to the ground on her front legs. I like this used rib shape. I like her hip. I really like the February used muscle shape and her hip back there as it carries down into her hock. She has really good base width, really big foot. She's really sound. I just like to get her a little wooled in, a little more up around the head, get a little more wool and solid cap over her top of her crown and maybe a little bit down her nose to be perfect in her Hampshire breed type. But, you know, is there a perfect ewe out here? I don't know. The March ewe, I really like a lot of things about this ewe. I like her breed type. I like her bone. She stands real square. She might not be quite as dead on her top line as the other two ewes that won their classes, but she's awfully close. She's a big hipped ewe. She's really rugged. She walks wide off both ends, really big foot, and I think she's going to have a heck of a future next year. So at this time, I'll go out and select your junior champion in reserve.
Junior champion ewe for the fitted Hampshire show is 155, the first place March ewe lamb, L&L 14101, L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. The reserve junior champion is entry 118, the first place January ewe lamb, L&L 1484, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs. Now placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the polled Dorsets. In the fitted division, first place goes to entry 35, Mithofer 3012, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second to 38, Pine Ridge Dorsets 13032, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third to 37, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth to entry 43, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 5 to 40, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to 44, Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. 7 to 41, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 8th place to 36, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 9 to entry 46, Pine Ridge Dorsets, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 39, Pine Ridge Dorsets.
Really nice individual to win this spring yearling U class. A super long-bodied kind of a female. When you handle her, she's super straight down that top. Where she's just very, very fault-free. You like the feet work, the bone she's got underneath her. She's extended up through that front end. She blends together very, very nicely. She's got the longest underline of these top three. The next ewe in line, the second place ewe, I'd like to just have her have a little bit more width down that muzzle, give her a little bit nicer Dorset head on her, but she's so cool down, so cool patterned. She's very, very straight. She's in a very short fleece. Just straight as a string down that top line. I'd like to see her have maybe just a little more depth of rib. She's not cut up in that rear flank, but just a little more natural spring to her. A very pretty profiling kind of a female. Fits into that second hole. The next ewe in line, a very nice made ribbed kind of a female. She's got a nicer rib shape than our second place ewe. Not quite as straight down that top line. Not quite as long spined as what our second place ewe. Every once in a while she gets a little bit splay-footed up front, fits into that third hole. The next ewe in line, she's in a super, super short fleece as well. What you see is what you get. You like the depth of rib she's got, the length of spine she's got. When you get her put into motion, she doesn't hold her top line together quite as nicely, fits into that fourth hole. Fifth place ewe here, a nice extended up through her front end kind of a female. You love the depth of rib, that rib shape she has from front to rear. Just needs to, just doesn't have quite enough to run with these individuals ahead of them, but a very fault-free female. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for Slick Shorn, yearling ewes for the Pole Dorset. Slick Shorn, yearling ewes. Placing on the late class of fitted yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets. First to entry 42, Spildy 945, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 57, Nichols 1305, Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry 55, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 4 to 52, Walco Dorsets, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to 54, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 6 to 49, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 7th place to 56, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. 8th place, pardon me, just a 7.
Generally, this might be a no-brainer, but we have two really great junior champion ewes here. But that's not taking anything away from these yearlings. These yearlings are extremely sound, good moving ewes. They're stout in their bone work. They have big feet. They walk out wide. They're big, straight-lined ewes. So it's a very, very tough decision. Do you gamble on the ewe lambs turning out as good as these yearlings? I don't know. It's a little bit of a risky deal. But I really do like these two ewe lambs. They're very stout. They're very similar. The ewe lamb that ended up being the junior champion, just a little more width through her front leg, maybe just a little more muscle back in her hip. But when we're comparing her to these two yearling ewes, I don't know, these ewes are dead on straight in their top lines. They're really big hipped ewes. They're really even bodied. And this time I'll go out and pick your Grand Reserve champion Hampshire ewes.
For the fitted show of the Hampshires, our champion ewe is entry number 91, our senior champion ewe. That ewe came out of the late yearling ewe class, Bob and Dryer Boys 1346, Bob and Dryer Boys of Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve champion ewe was our junior champion ewe, entry 155, a March ewe lamb, first place, L&L 14101, L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. Also in this division, the premier fitted exhibitor is L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Now ready to begin our Hampshire slick sheared show. We need slick shorn January ram lambs. Hampshire slick shorn January ram lambs. Placing on the Hampshire fitted pair of ewe lamb class, first went to L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. Second, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third place, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 4, Bob and Dryer Hampshires of Pipestone, Minnesota. 5, Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. 6th place to Bill Chapin of Coal City, Illinois. 7 to Pullens Hamps of Waterloo, Iowa. 8th place to Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. 9 to Bob and Dryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 10 to Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri.
Really nice slick-shorn yearling ewe class, quality all the way down to the bottom. These top 5 are 5 really, really powerful kind of females. This ewe, we're going to start the class with just massive down that top. She's extended up through that front end. She's very thick. She's got a little bit more front end than maybe you'd like to see, but the power she's got behind it, she blends it together and does hold it on the move very nicely. The next ewe in line follows that type and kind, maybe just a little prettier down that top line. Doesn't have quite the width of hip as what our individual that starts the class. You do like her front end design just a little bit better. You like the rib shape she's got. Just needs to be a little bit more width down that top line to run with our class winner. The next ewe in line, the biggest framed ewe out here. You like her extension up through her front end. She's a little bit deeper than that chest, but she holds it together, the height and length that she's got. You love the depth of rib. She's carrying a little bit more condition on her. I think if you suck that off of her and she was in the same condition as the two ahead of her, she wouldn't have quite the balance. They've done a nice job feeding this ewe. The next ewe in line, nice kind of a female as well. You love the bone work she's got. Just when you get her in motion, that front end gets dropping down just a little bit too much. The young man does a great job showing that out of her, but when you get her put into motion, that's where she really separates herself. The next ewe in line just shortens up on her overall length, the body, to run with these individuals ahead of them. A very nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes. Placing on the slick-shorn yearling ewe class for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry number 69, A. Hicks, 1323, Austin Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to 61, Shepherd's View, 1216, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. Third to 65, Pine Ridge Dorsets, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 4 to 64, Austin Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 5 to 62, Austin Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 6th place to 60, Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmagro, Illinois. 7 to entry 68, Walco Dorsets, Devin Walco of DeSmet, South Dakota. 8 to entry 67, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. And 9 to 63, Sidney DeFries of Freeport, Illinois. This class of January Hampshire slick-shorn ewe lamb or buck lambs, we have a really
powerful buck to start the class. He has the most shape and dimension to his rack coming right out of his shoulder. Just extremely expressive there. There might be some rams down the line that have a little more lower leg, but he's also clean his chest plate. He carries his width well back into his rear rib and flank. He's a big hipped ram, tracks out wide. He's big enough boned. I wish he was a little stouter, but he's just so much cleaner in his front end and yet remains powerful down his top that I got to use him today. The ram in second, another clean chested, smooth shouldered ram. He has good top shape. He's wide out the hip. Sure, the ram in third's a little bit more massive down his top, but he just coarsens up in his front end. I like the bone in the foot on both this ram in third and the ram in fourth. Really stout and rugged and wide-based. I like that about them. Just like to neaten them up in their front shoulder, extend them up in their head and neck a little more, get a little more elevation up there in that neck and extend them in that front third. But two very powerful bodied rams here in third and fourth. The difference is the ram in third just straight on his lines, holds his top line truer, and just looks a little bit cleaner up through that chest floor. Then the ram down here next in line gives up a little bit of foot size, is walking away just a little wide at his hocks. But another smooth-shouldered, long-bodied ram. I'd like to give him a little more lower leg, inner thigh muscle. Nice set of slick-sheared January Hampshire ram lambs. Thank you. Let's reward these exhibitors, please.
Placing on the Hampshire January class of ram lambs, first place goes to 182 High Hill Farm, 4460, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Second to 183 Fleener, 1409, Tim Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Third place to 178 Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 177 Lazy 5 Ranch. Fifth place to 184 Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 6 to 179 Northern Oklahoma College, Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And seventh place to 180 Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. For the Hampshires, we're now ready for February. February slick-shorn ram lambs. March ram lambs, slick-shorn should be on deck. Placing on the pole Dorset pair of yearling U class, first goes to Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. Second to Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Third to Austin Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place to Walco Dorsets, Devin Walco of DeSmit, South Dakota. To Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. And sixth to Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
This class, February Bucklands, we have an extremely massive, durably built ram to start the class. He sets down the biggest foot. He has the most base width. He really walks wide. Tremendous expansion to his top line. Really big out of his upper rib, big and level in his hip. And he has a bit more inner thigh and depth to his leg. But it's mainly his bone and his skeleton down low that gives him the advantage over the ram in second. The ram in second, I like his shape through his rack. He has some muscle and some width down his top, but just gives up a little bit of that total upper rib width and the total base through the chest floor and through his lower skeleton that the ram in first has. But a very shapely, well-muscled, balanced, correct ram that takes a nice level stride as he walks out. I really like his structural correctness. The ram in third gives up a little bit of muscle to the two rams ahead of him. He's a longer profiling ram, though, a ram that's really extended up through his front third. A very long hind-saddled ram, very level out his hip. He's big enough footed and he's really correct as he moves around the ring. Just doesn't have quite the muscle mass and the shape to his top that two rams above him have. Next ram in line just gives up a little more in terms of muscle. He's a big-footed, structurally correct ram. I like the way he levels up down his top. He's a well-balanced ram that carries back to his tail head, just tapers a little bit more into his lower leg than the three rams above him. Then the young ram down here, not quite the total maturity maybe today. He's a good, young, fresh lamb. But to compete with these bigger, stouter rams, just needs a little more size, a little more growth today to run in this upper end. But a well-balanced, correct ram in his own right has a lot of pieces to offer. So a strong class of February slick-sheared buck lambs. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the slick-shorn February ram lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 185. Northern Oklahoma College, GM 273 4042 Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second to 189 Storms 523 Susanna Storms, Washburn, Illinois. Third to 188 Land Run Hampshires, Agra, Oklahoma. 4 to 186 Tim Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 187 Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas.
I like the balance and the combination of bone, foot size, top shape, hip, upper rib shape of this ram we're starting the class with. He's extended enough through his head and neck, but a really big top, big hip, big butted lamb. Really like the way he walks out wide. Shallow through the chest floor, yet deep and full through the lower rib or rear rib and flank. Carries down deep into his hock with his muscle. Just a little more total power, a little more total dimension of the ram in first over the ram in second. The ram in second is very clean in his chest plate. I like that about him. He still maintains a lot of mass and power out of his rack. He's widened out his hip. He's really muscular back there in the stifle and the inner and outer thigh. So I like that about that ram. He just doesn't have the total power that the ram on top has. But the ram in second has substantially more power in his rack, more shape and definition out of his rack, and wider in his upper rib than the ram in third. It's a really nice pattern ram, very smooth to the shoulder, big bone, structurally correct. He walks wide behind. I'd like to maybe broaden him up just a little bit in his chest floor, give him a little more upper rib right out behind his shoulder, but he's a very stylish and straight ram. He's straighter pattern and truer to his lines than the ram in fourth. Ram in fourth is a power ram, the biggest bone, biggest footed ram in the class, probably the most base width of anything. But I need to see him a little leveler down his top line. Need to extend him out his head and neck a little bit more. But a really big top, big ribbed ram, and he overpowers the ram in fifth in that regard. But the ram in fifth, a straight line ram, just needs a little more bone, a little more muscle mass to run with these four rams up ahead of him. Thank you.
Getting now ready for pair. We'll do pair and then the champion. Pair of ram lambs. Pair ram lambs, please. Placing on the March-born ram lamb class. First place to entry 195. FCL 1427. Kyle and Jen Fleener. Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Second place to 191, Flanders VIP 4030, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 193, Van Cleve, Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. 4 to 196, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And fifth to 194, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Again, we're now ready for a pair of ram lambs, slick shorn for the Hampshires.
In the September ULAM class, these top three individuals, they are just really, really nice kind of females. If I could combine these top three into one female, you'd have just about the perfect sheep. We're going to use the combination female when she's on the move. That's where she really separates herself from the ewe in second. She's really fault-free on the move. She's very long handling down that top. Just a really nice balanced kind of a female. Just puts it all together. Very eye-appealing package. She handles down that top line very, very true. The ewe in second, when this ewe is standing still and you look at her, she wins this class. She's the biggest boned. You love the depth of rib she's got. She's shown in a very short fleece, so what you see is what you get. She might be a little bit deep in that chest floor. You might want to make her a little bit more feminine that way, but when you get her put into motion, if she could just track off those back wheels just a little freer, she'd win this hands down. Really, really two impressive kind of females. The next ewe in line, she is the best one when you put her in motion, and you just love her when she's on the move. She holds herself together. She's extended up through that front end. She ties together nicely. I just like to have a little more length of spine. She's a very deep rib kind of a female. Takes away from her side profile just a little bit, but a very fault-free individual as well. The next ewe in line, she follows that type and kind, the rib shape, the straightness of lines. Just when you get her put into motion, she doesn't come off those back wheels quite as nicely as the three in front of her. Fits into that fourth hole. The big ewe down here in fifth, very feminine up through that front end. You gotta love that about her. She's shown in a very short fleece as well. Just like to see a little bit more bone work under her, make her a little more correct on those feet and legs, get her to track out, just a little nicer to run with these individuals ahead of them. Very, very nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready to show in the pole Dorset ring for senior champion fitted U. Fitted senior champion U. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the 2 yearling U fitted classes, along with the first place animal from that fitted early fall ewe lamb class. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshire show. First to Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now we're ready to show for overall champion Slickshorn Ram. For the Pole Dorset, placings on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, first place in that class went to 86, Loudon Acres 872, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 87, Showgirls Sheep Company, Cary, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. Third place to entry 70, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Fourth place to 83, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 73, Pine View Farm, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Sixth place to 71, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 7 to 72, Hoskin Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Eighth place to 77, Walco Dorsets, Devin Walco of DeSmit, South Dakota. 9 to entry 81, Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. And 10th place to entry 74, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana.
Here in your senior champion drive, what an impressive lineup set of females out here. Just stud quality females. Every one of these, they're going to go home and make babies, and they can, all 6 of these will be able to make stud babies. Just excellent females. They're straight top, they're big bone, they're deep ribbed. They can all move, and we like that about that. When it comes down to it, it gets a little tough in my mind. But your late yearling ewe, this ewe, she's been in production and she's held herself together and just looks the part. She's going to be your senior champion. We're going to follow with the second in that class for reserve. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Our fitted senior champion ewe went to entry number 42 out of the yearling ewe class, Spildy 945, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve champion, senior champion fitted ewe for the Pole Dorsets was second place in that late fitted yearling ewe class, entry 57, Nichols 1305, Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. Now ready for fitted late fall ewe lambs. Fitted late fall ewe lambs to the ring, please.
For champion slick-shirted Hampshire Ram, we have some very strong contenders here. Just to go over some of their attributes, just one more time. This January buck, tremendous rack shape, really big out of his upper rib. He's a smooth-shouldered, extended ram up to his front end. If I could change him, I like to widen out his base a little bit, give him just a little bit bigger foot, and maybe give him a little more lower leg. He's got a lot of upper leg, but I'd like to see a little more lower leg in this ram. The ram that won the February class, he's a real powerful kind of a ram, just very massive down his top. He's durably built underneath, wide in his chest floor, wide at his hocks. He carries back into his rear flank deep. He's really, really big and powerful, maybe a little more total rib shape and hip shape than the ram that won the January. I'd like to give him a little more extended front end if I can make him perfect. Just lay him in a little tighter right through the shoulders, but to get that huge hip, maybe you're going to have to give up a little shoulder. The March buck down here, a very heavy bone, big-footed ram. I don't think he can quite run with these two older rams in terms of his muscle shape down his top. He doesn't have quite the dimension. And being younger, you would expect that, but I don't believe at maturity he's going to have quite the hip. He's not quite as wide out to the pins, not quite as wide through the stifle, but a very muscular, big-footed, structurally correct. A lot of pieces there that I like. And in our second lineup, there's some very outstanding individual. There's pieces that'll work for a lot of breeding programs, and some may disagree with me and think some of these rams should have won their class, but I like the stoutness, the ruggedness, the mass, the durability of these three rams that won their classes, and tell you the truth, the champion reserve are going to come out of this lineup, and I'll go out and select them at this time.
Champion Slickshorn Ram, entry 185. First out of the February Ram Lamb class, Northern Oklahoma College, GM 2734042. Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. The reserve came out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry 182. High Hill Farm 4460, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. We are now ready to move into Slickshorn Yearling Ewes. Hampshire Slickshorn Yearling Ewes.
lambs here. Our class winner, this ewe lamb is just huge top. When you handle her down that top, she ties in nice right behind those shoulder blades. She's straight down that top, but she's just got a wide loin in her, a big wide hip, but yet she's still feminine and pretty up through that front end. She's very fault-free when you get her on the move. Just a really nice balance, kind of a female, kind of an easy class winner. The next ewe in line kind of follows that type and kind. Maybe doesn't have quite the length of spine as our class winner, but she doesn't have just doesn't have the flash that or the width of skeleton down that top. Doesn't carry the mass down that top as our class winner does. She is shown in a little bit more fleece. The next ewe in line, just a little smaller version. Not taking anything away from her because of that, but when you handle her from the 13th rib, she shortens up quite a bit compared to the two individuals ahead of her. She's very nice up through that front end. She's got a very nice hip structure, just like to stretch her out in between there. The next ewe in line, a really nice, youthful, feminine kind of a female. When you get her put into motion, I'd like her to hold herself together. She's a little bit higher at the loin. She roaches that top up just a little bit, but a really nice kind of a female. Round out the top five, a really extended, feminine, almost freaky front-ended kind of a female. I'd like to see a little bit more bone and body with her just to make that balance on the profile, and she'd be able to roll right up into the top first or second place. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall ewe lambs. Slickshorn Fall ewe lambs, please. Placing on the class of fitted late fall ewe lambs. First to entry 88, Spildy 9030, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to entry 95, Sailors Twin Oaks 1324, Hoskins Stock Farm of Jefferson, Iowa. Third to entry 98, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 89, Madison Hinderin of Perry, Oklahoma. Fifth to entry 93, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 6 to 94, Purple Ribbon Farms, Camargo, Illinois. 7 to entry 91, Lauren Risatio of Medfield, Massachusetts. 8th to 97, Madeline Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. 9 to entry 90, Pine Ridge Dorsets, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 92, Emily Winning of Arcanum, Ohio.
two really nice balanced females up here, the first and second here in the slick shorn. The ewe we're going to start with just has a lot more muscling down that top than our second place ewe. She's a little nicer in that front end design. That chest floor is just a little bit more elevated. She carries a little nicer rib shape to her than our second place ewe. Second place ewe is a very nice individual as well. Just doesn't carry quite as much muscling into that lower leg. Very close placing on these two. Very nice for first and second. The next two ewes are kind of my problem ewes. You got the one big massive kind of a ewe, and then you got the smaller ewe, the more complete. But we're going to use the bigger ewe when you're just talking about pounds and gains of rate of gain. Feet and legs, bone, a little nicer headed as well. Really kind of comparing apples and oranges, but a very nice class of slick shorn ewe lambs. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now ready for our class of fitted winter ewe lambs. Fitted winter ewe lambs.
In this class of slick-shirred Hampshire yearling ewes, the biggest base, most durably constructed ewe wins. She's really wide coming at you. She's wide going away. She's got the most dimension out of her upper rib. She's really wide out her hip. Just a tremendously heavy muscled individual that still maintains a lot of style and balance. She's up-headed. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's just a beautifully balanced ewe to start this class. She overpowers the ewe in second in terms of her center rib and as well as her hip dimension, just a bit wider out her pins, a little bit wider through the stifle. The ewe in second, another beautiful fronted ewe, a big boned ewe, very correct on her feet and legs. She carries a lot of width also through her center rib, but just gives up a little bit of the overall power to the ewe above her. Yet, I like her a little better than the ewe in third. She's just a little, really up-headed in her head carriage. She's really extended in her front third, standing on bigger bone, a bigger foot than the ewe in third, and she levels down her top a little better than the ewe in third. Ewe in third, I like her muscle shape. She's clean through the chest plate. She carries back through her rear rib and into a wide, deep flank. She's showing with some lamb. I really appreciate that about her, that she's looking a little bit lammy, showing some sign there. And she's staying really correct as she gets around the ring. She gets around the ring with a little longer stride behind, has better functionality back through her rear hip and leg. She has more set to her hock, and she takes a longer stride off her rear two than the ewe in fourth. Ewe in fourth has a tendency to get just a little tight up under herself, but still has more total power and is just as straight in her lines, and I think just as much hip and muscle as the ewe down here in fifth. Ewe in fifth, a beautiful fronted ewe, very correct on her feet and legs. She comes at you wide, she goes away wide. I love her, but just a little narrower back there in her pins than the ewes up above, not the total upper rib shape is the four above her. Very nice, deep class of Hampshire yearling ewes. Thank you for bringing them out. I hope I got them close. But great, powerful ewe to start this class. Thank you.
Now ready for Hampshire pair of slick shorn yearling ewes. Placing on the class of slick shorn fall ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first to entry 100. Shepherd's View 1317, Shepherd's View, Bridgeview, Delaware. Second place to entry 103, Sid's Dorsets 1360, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third to 101, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. And 4 to 99, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Placing on the slick shorn yearling ewe class for the Hampshires. First place to entry number 222, Northern Oklahoma College, PC 400, 3095, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second to 223, Land Run 1309, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 226, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 212. Dalton Payne, Weston, Missouri. 5 to 213, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 6th place to 218, Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. 7 to entry number 203, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 8th place to entry number 221, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 9th place to 208, Purple Incorporated, Weston, Missouri. And 10 to 209, Kyle and Jen Fleener of Biglerville, Pennsylvania. placing on the Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes for the Hampshires. First place goes to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 4, Lazy 5, Ranch, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 6th place to Coyle family, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Fifth place in that class went to Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. Now ready for Hampshire Slickshorn Senior ewe lambs. Hampshire Slickshorn Senior ewe lambs to the ring.
Really good set of females here, really powerful all the way down through the class. These top 5 are just outstanding. These first 2, it's just, it's very close. splitting hairs here. The ewe lamb we're going to start with just carries a little bit more depth of rib. When you handle her, she handles longer from the 13th rib back than our second place ewe lamb. The class winner, she's a little nicer up through that front end. Our second place ewe lamb, just a little deeper in that chest for you. Love the profile she presents, but when you handle her from the 13th rib, like I said, she shortens up just a little bit compared to our class winner, but two very, very good females, definitely with a great future. We'd love to see them again next year. The next ewe in line follows that type and kind, just that she's a little higher at the hips than she is at the shoulders. She kind of runs the wrong direction. Granted, she is the heaviest bone of these top three. You love the footwork she's got underneath her. Going to be a whale of a yearling ewe as well, but she fits in that third place hole. The next ewe in line, big, massive, kind of a female, probably the pound's heaviest ewe out here. Just getting a little bit sloppier put together from front to rear. She's a little deeper in that chest than she is from behind. Just needs to change that just to make her balance up a little nicer. The ewe rounding out the top five, a little bit lighter on her bone work. She's a little closer at those hocks and the individuals ahead of her. But you love the depth of rib and spring of rib, that feminine look that she presents. Five really, really good individuals. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now need fitted spring ewe lambs for the pole Dorsets in the ring, please.
We're starting on with a slick-sheared fall ewe lamb that really gets out and moves well. She's wide-based underneath. Just a real big-ribbed, big, powerful top ewe, a lot of hip to her. She walks really wide behind, extended up to her front end. I like the way she just balances out her hip a little better than the ewe in the second. The ewe in the second gets just a little narrow in her pins, but another straight line, correct ewe with more middle rib than the ewe in third. The ewe in third might be a little younger, certainly has a younger mouth, and she appears to be very youthful, just not quite the power and mass and the big foot that we have in the two ewes ahead of her. But the ewe in third still overpowers the ewe in fourth in terms of base width and lower skeleton. The ewe in fourth is a big extended ewe. I appreciate that about her, but needs more stoutness, needs more ruggedness, and more hip to run with these other ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and put our hands together. Thank you.
Now ready to show for slick-shorn champion ewe in the senior division for the Hampshires. Senior champion slick-shorn ewe for the Hampshires into the ring. We'll need the first and second out of the yearling ewe class, first and second out of that senior ewe lamb class. Placing on the slick-shorn senior ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 232, Lazy 5, 251. 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 228, Verhege 3351, Verhege Livestock, Argus, Indiana. Third to entry number 230, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And forward to 227, Barrett Marshall, Marshall Sheep Company, Arlington, South Dakota. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted winter ewe lamb class, first place to entry 109, Loudon Acres 889, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 113, Nichols 1401, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third place to entry 108, Sailors Twin Oaks 1401, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 107, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. 5 to entry 114, Paul Wissinger, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania. 6 to 110, Walco Dorset's Devin Walco of DeSmit, South Dakota. 7th place to 106, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 8 to entry 112, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. 9th place to 104, Robert Shims, Indianapolis, Indiana. 10 to entry number 111, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut.
This champion slick-sheared lineup, some real stout, correct, big rib, massive top ewes to work with here. I'm very pleased with this lineup. And of the four, I think one ewe just has the most balance, the most total volume down her top. She's just a bit more massive, I think, than the other three. I'm going to use this yearling ewe for our champion slick shear. Just tremendously clean fronted ewe, along with being huge out of her upper rib. She's very massive back in her hip, wide through her loin, wide stifled, muscular, super correct on her feet and legs. She remains a bit cleaner in her chest plate, and I like the cleanliness of her front end a bit more than the junior champion here. Junior champion just a little deeper in her chest. I like her depth of flank, her bone, her foot size, tremendously wide hipped, very wide across stifle also, but possibly just a bit more extension in this yearling ewe also. So the yearling ewe is going to be our champion. Then as we analyze the junior champion against our other yearling ewe, it's a real tough call for me. I think today I'm going to go ahead and go with the yearling ewe. She's just a cleaner made ewe. I like her upheadedness. She's very good on her feet and legs. She walks wide and true off both ends, very smooth through the shoulder. I'll admit that the junior champion probably has a bit more mass down her top. I think she's going to develop into a bit broodier of a ewe, especially being wider probably at maturity across her stifle. But this ewe, this yearling ewe is probably wide enough. She's wide tracking. She's built wide through her rib. Really a balanced, smooth lined ewe. So she'll be our reserve champion slick shear ewe. Thank you.
Senior champion slick-shorn ewe for the Hampshires goes to our first place yearling ewe, entry 222, Northern Oklahoma College, PC 400-3095, Northern Oklahoma College, Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. The reserve champion went to entry 2, also out of that yearling ewe, Land Run 1309, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Now ready for January ewe lambs. Hampshire, slick shorn, January ewe lambs to the ring.
Not a lot of numbers in the spring ULAM class, but definitely a lot of quality. The ULAM that wins the class, she just puts it all together. She's really straight in her lines. When you handle her, she's just super, super straight down that top. Just from her point of her shoulders all the way back to her hip and her dock, just very, very fault-free. Where she really separates herself from the rest of the class is that front-end design. Up through that chest floor, very feminine up through her front. Just a very fault-free female. The next ewe in line, definitely a little bigger made kind of a ewe, but she doesn't quite proportion as nicely as our class winner. For as tall as what she is, I'd like to see her just a little bit longer body. Like I said, she's not quite as nice up through that front end, especially that chest. Class winner. She is a little bit longer necked. She's going to be a bigger female when they come to be yearling ewes, but just like to stretch her out to make a run with our individual that wins the class. The next ewe in line, same kind of a thing, a very extended female up through her front end. I love the bone work she's got underneath her. I like to raise her up on them back pastures just a little bit, especially when you get moving her around, but she just shortens up for as tall as what she is. I'd like to see her just an inch or two longer spine. The next ewe in line, a nice long-bodied kind of a female. You like the depth of ribs she's got. Just runs out of a little bit of power than these individuals ahead of her. When you get her put into motion, she kind of tucks those back wheels up underneath her. The next ewe in line, just like to straighten her out down that top line. She gets the roaching that top up, especially when you get her on the move, just to straighten her up, just to run with these individuals ahead of them. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 121, Nichols, 1406, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second to 116, Rammon Ewe Farm, 0816, Austin Etzler of South Salone, Ohio. Third place to entry 122, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. 4 to 117, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to entry 120, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 6 to entry 115, Justin Etzler, South Salone, Ohio.
really nice class winning slick shorn yearling ewe lamb here. She wins this class pretty easily. The balance, the style she puts together up through that front end, she's very straight down that top line. She handles with a lot of natural muscling. Maybe she could carry a little more muscling in that lower leg, but very, very fault-free. You get her put in motion, she holds herself together very, very nicely. The next ewe in line probably has a little more muscle shape and more muscling in that lower leg, but for the amount of muscle, I'd like to see that cleanness of a front end, clean that up just a little bit, maybe give her a little bit more bone to track out on, but she fits in that second hole. The next ewe in line, longer spine than our second place ewe, doesn't have quite the natural muscling shape down that top, right in that rack region especially, and carrying out into a square hip. The next ewe in line, a very muscular kind of a female. When you get her put in motion, or she's higher at the hips than she is at the shoulders, runs the wrong direction. I'd like to get that changed about her, and she could probably move up into that second hole. A nice kind of a female. The next ewe in line, definitely a little later, kind of a maturing kind of a female. Just doesn't have quite the muscling at this point in time. Her better time will come next year. Let's give these exhibitors a round of
Placing on the slick shorn class of winter spring ewe lambs for the pole Dorsets, first place to 127. Estes, 2424 Mona Lisa. Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. Second to 124. T. Myers, 870. Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Third to 126. Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. 4 to 120, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And fifth to entry 128, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
this January ewe lamb class. Just a really balanced, correct, beautiful traveling ewe to start the class with. She's level, true down her top. She has good width through her chest floor. She's very smoothly laid in through her shoulder. She extended up about her front end. I really like the way she stands and tracks and moves about the ring. Very balanced ewe that just beautiful eye appeal on this ewe. The next ewe in line, sure, she's got a heck of a lot of power down her top. I just don't think she holds together quite as true and dead on her top line. But another very powerful ewe that has some very good pieces. I think the ewe in second overpowers the ewe in third in terms of middle rib design. Right out of her shoulder, she's a little bit bolder in the spring to her rib, a little bit more chest floor width, a little more base width, maybe, and carries a little deeper into her lower leg than the ewe in third. The ewe in third, a very stylish, up-headed ewe, tremendous bone in this ewe. I really like the sock she's had, the boot she's got down to the ground, very heavy, and a very stylish ewe and clean up through her neck and front end. But she gives up a little bit in rib, center rib width, and upper rib width to the two ewes above her. Yet I really like her style. I like the way she carries back to her hip and her pin set a little bit better than the ewe in fourth. Ewe in fourth just has tendency to get a little fat back there. To me, she's just packing a little bit too much. It takes away from her balance a little bit. I'm not sure she's quite as long-sided as the three ewes ahead of her, but a ewe that I also like for her base width, very wide-chested. She tracks away wide. She's got a lot of top in her. And I think she overpowers that ewe in fifth just in terms of a little bit more rib. I really like the bone that ewe in fourth. The stout, powerful ewe in fifth also, though. They're all five nice ewe lambs, and I wouldn't mind taking any of them home. But I thought a very balanced ewe to start the class, tremendous bone, style, and a very, very deep class of January ewe lambs. So let's put our hands together and reward these exhibitors for their efforts.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 246, Northern Oklahoma College GM 638-4022, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 236, Slack 4269, Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. Third to entry number 251, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry number 242, Joel Flanders. 5 to 239, Verhege Livestock, Argus, Indiana. 6th place to entry 254, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 7th place to entry 234, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 8th place to entry number 253, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. 9 to 249, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 10th place to entry number 244, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
six truly tremendous females out here for your junior champion drive. Just flat impressive. If you're a Dorset breeder, if you've been out here in the shavings, this has been some very tough competition. If you're a breeder in the stands, you got to be proud of being associated to a breed like this. All six of these are really, really good. When it comes right down to it, I think there's one female out here that's just very, very fault-free. She's very straight in her lines. She excels the rest of them in overall length of body and length of spine. That's going to be the middle, the winner ewe lamb here that the young lady's showing by herself for the most part. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets a little bit tougher, and it comes right down to this, the October ewe lamb, just super powerful down that top. Maybe not quite as long spined as our junior champion, but two exceptional females. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Ready to show for grand champion fitted ewe. So we'll need to have that junior champion in reserve along with the senior champion in reserve in the ring. The fitted junior champion Pole Dorset ewe is entry 109. 109 is out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class. Loudon Acres 889. Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. The reserve junior champion fitted ewe is entry 88. 88's out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Spildy 9030, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first went to Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third, Showgirls of Paris, Illinois. 4 to Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 5, Purple Ribbon Farms of Camargo, Illinois. 6, Austin Etzler, South Salone, Ohio. 7, Hoskin Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 8, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. And 9, Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. Again, now showing for grand champion fitted ewe for the Pole Dorsets. Your next class will be the class to show for Slick Shorn grand champion ewe.
here in your senior champion fitted female lineup here. Four really super kind of females. You just love the bone work they've got, the femininity up to their front end. They're all long-bodied, deep-ribbed. They're putting it all together in one package, and it's kind of neat to see it 4 times over out here. When it comes right down to it, this yearling ewe, she's just awfully powerful. She's going to be your senior champion, or your champion fitted ewe. Congratulations. We're going to follow that up with this, the junior champion ewe lamb, just 2 super examples of what Pearl Dorset females are.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Howard.
Fitted grand champion ewe for the Pole Dorsets goes to entry number 42. 42 was out of the late fitted yearling ewe class. Spildy 945. Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve was our junior champion, entry 109 from our fitted winter ewe lamb class, Loudon Acres 889, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. We're now ready to show for Slick Shorn, grand champion ewe. Slick Shorn, grand champion ewe. After the Slick Shorn grand champion is named for the Pole Dorset, we will show for overall grand champion ewe. So please keep that fitted champion up close as well as reserve. Then we'll do best headed ewe, then flock, and then name the premier exhibitor as well as the sire of the year.
Just a beautiful pattern ewe to start this class with. Very extended up through her front end, dead on down her top. She's very correct in her underpinning, gets around the ring with a long, relaxed stride. I really like the way she holds her lines together on the move. And just a beautifully extended ewe with enough foot size and enough bone to really balance up well. The ewe in second, a bit more powerful down her top, true. She has a little bit more back there in her hip. I like the way she carries a little deeper into her leg, but really she has no more rib right behind in her heart girth area. A very beautiful ewe and a balanced ewe, but I'm going with the overall extension and quality of the feet and legs on that ewe in first. I really like the way she travels and sets them down. But the ewe in second, I think a bit more powerful the ewe than the ewe in third. She's just really good at her hip. She's really deep in her rear flank. I really like the way she balances up. The ewe in third, another big top ewe, and a ewe that has a bit more length of body maybe than the ewes in fourth and fifth, but a ewe that just doesn't have quite the power of that ewe in second out there in her pin set. Then two ewes that are a little more conventional in their kind. I like their bone. I like their durability. I'd like to extend them, get them a little prettier up through the front end. I'd like to straighten them up down their top line just a bit, but powerful hipped ewes, a lot of middle rib, very useful kind of ewes that should grow out to make very productive yearlings and real strong additions to the brood ewe flock. So let's put our hands together and reward these Hampshire slick shear exhibitors.
Now ready for Hampshire Slickshorn March ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs, first place to entry 265, Land Run 350, RRNN Land Run Hamps of Agra, Oklahoma. Second place to 261, Flanders VIP 4900, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 262, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 257, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 5 to 266, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 6 to 256, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 7 to 263, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 8th place to 264, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 9 to 255, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 10, 259, Tim Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania.
Here in your Slickshorn Dorset champion ewe lineup, 6 very good individuals out here. There's definitely some differences in types and kinds, maturity patterns, muscle shape. But when it comes right down to it, there's 3 individuals out here, the first place individuals that really kind of surface to the top pretty quickly. The yearling ewe, she's just ultra powerful. When you handle this ewe, you get back into that hip structure, and she is so wide, she's so straight. You get her put in motion, she keeps herself held together. She's good on those feet and legs. She's got bone underneath her. She's got a Dorset head. She's going to be your champion ewe quite easily. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets a little bit tougher between the spring ewe lamb and the fall ewe lamb. Both of them are a little straighter, a little prettier kind of made females, a little more extended. But when it comes right down to it, the fall ewe lamb here, she just carries a lot more muscling down that top line. She's a little deeper in that rib shape. She's going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations, exhibitors.
For the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Champion ewe, we have entry 69, the Slickshorn Yearling ewe, A. Hicks, 1323, Austin Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The reserve was out of the fall ewe lamb class, 100, Shepherd's View, 1317, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. Now ready to show for champion or grand champion ewe overall. So we need that fitted champion in reserve along with the slick sheared champion in reserve.
One thing you got to admire for these lineup out here. The slicks and the fitteds are all quite a bit of similarities between them. They're straight top sheep, they're big bone, they got depth of rib. It's nice to keep them close together, not have one extreme versus the other. But when it comes right down for your champion and reserve champion female, these two fitted ewes, they're just flat tremendous. They're going to be your grand champion and reserve grand champion. Taking nothing away from the slick shorns. They're very, very good sheep as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
Our grand champion ewe is our fitted champion ewe. The fitted champion ewe is entry number 42. 42 out of the late fitted yearling ewe class. Speldy, 945, Luke Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion is our reserve grand champion fitted ewe, entry 109. 109 was out of our fitted winter ewe lamb class, Loudon Acres, 889, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Best headed ewe for the Pole Dorset show goes to our entry 87 out of the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, Showgirls Sheep Company, Cary, Showgirls Sheep Company of Paris, Illinois. Final call for flock, Pole Dorset flock. Last call. The Downsboro Sire of the Year award this year goes to a repeat winner. The winner this year is Sampson, Pine Ridge Farm 0089, owned by Spildy Dorsets, Johanna DeJora, Reynolds Stock Farm, and Christina Rapaski. Placing on the flock class, first place in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Sidney DeFries of Freeport, Illinois. The second place in the flock goes to Purple Ribbon Farms of Camargo, Illinois. That does conclude your Horn Dorset, Pole Dorset show. The Dorsets were judged by Steve Meyer of Ohio, and the Pole Dorsets judged by Eric Bruns, also of Ohio.
This March ULAM class, I think we have a really clean, extended individual to start the class. She has adequate base width. She's really good down her top. She's wide. She's level out her hip. I really like the way she plants and walks around the ring. When she stops and sets up, her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder really good. She's really clean and extended through her front third. That's her advantage over the ewe in second. The ewe in second's a real powerful kind of a ewe. She's really muscular and shapely in her lower leg, but just gives up some of that extension up to the front end. I think we have enough mass to this ewe on top. In fact, she is just as massive down her top. Just she doesn't carry quite as deep in the lower leg as the ewe in second. But I really like more things about this ewe in first, with her extension and her beautiful feet and legs and the way she balances up out here in the ring. The ewe in second, a real powerful ewe, a little bit more power right out of the rack, a little more middle and upper rib shape than the ewe in third. The ewe in third's really a clean neck, nice profiling ewe. I like her her bone, the way she gets her base width in her chest floor and at her hock. She's a very wide tracking ewe, and that's her advantage over the ewe down here in fourth. Just a little wider naturally through the chest floor, a little wider tracking kind of ewe than ewe in fourth. But another very green extended ewe in fourth place, a long-bodied ewe, a ewe I really like her muscle shape and her pattern. And then the ewe down here in fifth, one of the bigger ewes in the class, but a ewe that I think gives up a little bit of that dimension out in her hip, gives up a little bit of the middle stifle, but an extended ewe up through her front end, a ewe with plenty of bone, very correct ewe. Just maybe need to widen her out a little bit in her chest floor and give her a little more upper rib, and she might be up a line a ways. So a strong class, powerful ewe to start the class here in the March Slick Shearer.
Now ready to do Slickshorn Junior Champion on the Hampshire ring. Slickshorn Junior Champion U on the Hampshire ring, please. Placing on the March class of Slickshorn ewe lambs, first place in that class goes to entry number 271, Hayes, HB 1417, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Second place to 286, Lazy 5, 2742. Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to 269, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 268, Northern Oklahoma College, Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 285, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 6 to entry number 273, Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. 7th place to 277, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 8th to entry number 275, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. 9th place to entry number 287, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 10 to 284, Lazy 5 Ranch.
I really like the trueness and the straightness of a couple of these ewes out here. There's two of them that in my mind are extremely straight in their lines. They're adequate in their foot size. They're very correct, being wide enough in their chest floor and have enough spring and shape to their upper rib. They carry deep down to their rear flank with some sweep and rib design that we're looking for, while remaining very level and good in the hip and taking a long step off their hind too. So I've talked about them in class a little bit. There's two that I just really like the way they track out wide. They stop and plant wide. They're wide all the way through in their skeleton, and yet they're very stylish and eye-appealing. So at this time, I'll go out and pick your junior champion ewes.
Slickshorn Junior Champion ewe goes to entry 246 out of the January ewe lamb class, Northern Oklahoma College GM 6384022, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. The reserve was first out of the February ewe lamb class, entry 265, Land Run 350, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Now ready to show pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please. Now ready to show for overall champion slick-sheared ewe and reserve, so we'll need the senior champion and reserve along with the junior champion and reserve in the ring at this time. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshire Slick-Sheared Show. First place goes to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to Land Run Hamps of Agra, Oklahoma. Third to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Four to Lazy 5, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Fifth place to Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. Sixth to Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. 7 to Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. And 8 to Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky.
This champion slick-sheared lineup, there's two ewes out here that really fit what I'm kind of looking for in the slick-sheared show, and that's ewes with enough size and frame, yet tremendous base width and practicality, being functional through their chest floor of their chest and having a lot of sweep and spread to their rear rib. I like these ewes that are deep flanked and massive in their hip design, ewes that track out wide off both ends, set down on a big foot and have some function to them. Yet we appreciate ewes, and I appreciate ewes that are very stylish and level and straight up through their front ends, extended. I think we have two ewes here that I'm going to use for champion reserve that are very similar in type and kind, and I don't think you can get away from them. Just two tremendous individuals, and I don't know which one's going to make the greatest or the best brood ewe, but two very strong individuals. I'm going to go out and congratulate those two exhibitors right now.
Our champion slick-sheared ewe is entry 222. Our senior slick-sheared champion, 222, came out of the early yearling ewe class, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, PC 400 3095, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. The reserve goes to our junior champion, entry 246. The junior champion came out of the January ewe lamb class, also from that Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, on NOC GM 6384022. We will be awarding the Slick-Sheared Premier Exhibitor Award following the flock class. Following the flock class, which is a combined fitted and slick, flock classes at the end of the show because there is a tie in your scoring. So it's broken by using the flock score. We're now ready to show for Hampshire Grand Champion U. Hampshire Grand Champion U, so we need to bring that slick-sheared champion and reserve back in the ring along with the fitted champion and reserve. We'll show them just the way they're listed in your catalog. We'll show Grand Champion U, followed by Best Headed U, followed by Grand Champion Ram, followed by Best Headed Ram, then Mixed Pair, then Young Flock, then Flock. Again, we need to show for Grand Champion U for the Hampshires, so we need the fitted Grand Champion and reserve, along with the slick-sheared Grand Champion and reserve in the ring at this time on the female side.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure judging the Hampshire ewes here today. In my mind, there's some very useful pieces out here for the whole sheep industry. I think all four of these ewes are very secure in their underpinning. They get around the ring real well with a long, flexible stride. They have adequate rib all the way through and have a wide base and a lot of rear rib width and depth. So that combined with their level top lines and extended front ends make them some very attractive, very appealing, and very productive kind of ewes. Comes down very close. If I could change a few things, I might do this differently, but you can't change any of these animals. You got to use what you have out here, and I'd like to add just a little bigger foot size to one of these ewes than I might use her, but I think, you know, eventually this thing might turn around to where it becomes more competitive. Some of these animals out here, they're certainly getting close, and so it's very close in my mind for our champion where to go. But well, I'm going to go out there and select them right now, and I'm just very pleased with all four of these ewes. I think they're very useful ewes. So it's been an honor judging this show, and I'm going to go pick them.
Grand Champion Hampshire ewe goes to our fitted champion, entry number 91. 91 was out of the late yearling ewe class. Bobbin-Dryer Boys, 1346. Bobbin-Dryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve Grand Champion ewe overall was our reserve in the fitted division, entry 155 out of the March ewe lamb class, L&L 14101. L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. Now ready to do best headed ewe, best headed ewe. Hampshire exhibitors, please bring in your Hampshire best-headed U class into the ring, please. Now ready to show for Grand Champion Ram, Grand Champion Hampshire Ram. Best headed U went to entry number 131, Kelgard 14795. Gilmore Davison of Wichita, Kansas.
We've already talked about these Rams. I'm not going to waste any time. Tremendous here, really big and rugged, Bigfoot design in these Rams. A lot of functionality in their rib shape, depth of body, depth of rear flank. They're level out the hip. I'm going to go out and pick your champion reserve.
Grand Champion Ram at your National Hampshire sale or show is from the championship class of the fitted Rams. Out of the yearling Ram senior champion winner, entry number 5, L&L 61, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. The reserve Grand Champion goes to the reserve champion fitted Ram, entry 48, a March Ram Lamb, Caskey 4578 RR, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota. Now ready in the ring for Best Headed Ram. Best Headed Ram is your next class. Judging our Mary Bloom National Oxford show today is Skip Anderson. Skip's from Fargo, North Dakota, and there he is the shepherd at North Dakota State University. He's also a longtime Hampshire breeder and co-owned Baba Acres in Juneau, Wisconsin. Currently, he's the co-editor of the Hampshire Heartbeat, the official publication of the AHSA. Skip also is co-owner of Red Barn Branding LLC, a livestock graphic design and advertising firm. He's an avid collector of sheep magazines with a collection of over 3,000 magazines. Assisting us in the ring with ribbons and other things today is our National Oxford Queen, Elizabeth Ward of Marthasville, Missouri. She's a student at the University of Missouri as a junior. She has shown Oxfords for 6 years. Let's welcome both Skip Anderson and Elizabeth Ward to your Mary Bloom National Oxford Show.
It's a real pleasure to get started here on the Oxford side. We're going to get started with our yearling ram lineup here, and I think we've got 3 tremendous bucks to lead off with. The ram that we're going to start with is a really complete, really balanced kind of a sheep, one that you really just have to appreciate the length of spine the ram has. He's really neat and attractive through his front end. He ties neat from his neck into his shoulder, and a sheep that when you step back and look at him from a profiling standpoint, you appreciate how much balance the ram really has. A ram that's really straight and true down his top. He's wide. He's pulled apart through the center portion of his skeleton. I think a sheep that comes to the top pretty easy and logical in my mind. Then we've got a real deep-sided, bold-sprung kind of a ram here in second. Certainly a buck that's deep. He's really wide. He's really pulled apart through the center portion of his body. He's got a lot of width and capacity about him. I think for me today, if we were going to change him and make him just a little bit better, we'd like to stretch him out from front to rear compared to the ram right in front of him. And then the ram we're rounding out our lineup with a really smooth, very attractive kind of a buck, one that's really blended neat from his neck into his shoulder, a ram that's really straight and true down his top. We just need to change him structurally, especially from the ground up, before he can go any higher. Thank you.
Now ready for Oxford Senior Ram Lambs. Oxford Senior Ram Lambs in the ring. Placing on the yearling ram class, first place to entry 1. Edgewood Farms, 13023, Edgewood Farms of Ottawa, Illinois. Second place to entry number 2, Lobdell, 1307, Lobdell Oxfords, Freeport, Illinois. And third to entry 3, Dover Genetics, Piper City, Illinois.
Just a single entry over here in the Oxford show in our fall Ram Lamb class. Just one really good one here to stand out to lead the class off with. I really appreciate the length of body in this ram. A ram that's really long from front to rear. A sheep that's really still youthful in his appearance. He's really neat and attractive through his front end. And a ram that when you dig in and handle him from that 13th rib back, he percentages exceptionally well. A sheep for me, I think if we were going to change him just a little bit, we'd like to see him move out just a little freer and easier off those hind too. But again, I think a ram that could stand a lot of competition. Thank you.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 6, 00 Acres 1403003, New Era, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. We're now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion. So if you would, please bring that first and second place yearling ram back in the ring. Our best-headed ram came out of the first class, our class of yearling rams fitted. It's entry number 5, L&L 61, L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. And that was our grand champion ram overall. Now ready for mixed pair, bred and owned.
We've got three really high-quality rams out here in our Oxford senior lineup. I think the decision gets pretty easy for me. I think we found two bucks that really work their way to the top in my mind in terms of breed type, overall skeletal quality and soundness and usefulness and function. I'll go out and congratulate your Grand and Reserve Senior Champion Rams.
For the Oxfords, our senior champion ram is entry number 1, first place yearling ram, Farms 1302, Edgewood Farms, Ottawa, Illinois. The reserve is our first place senior ram lamb, entry number 6, 00 acres, 14003, New Era, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. Now ready for early junior ram lambs, Oxford early junior ram lambs. Now ready for Hampshire Young Flock. Hampshire Young Flock in the ring. Placing on the Hampshire mixed pair class, first place goes to L&L Hampshires of Blair, Nebraska. Second to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4, Bill Chapin of Coal City, Illinois. 5 to Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ola, North Carolina. And 6 to Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. Now ready for the Hampshire flock class. Hampshire flock. For the Hampshire Young Flock class, the results are first, L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska first. Second place, Bob and Dreyer Hamps, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third, NOC Sheep Center, Northern Oklahoma College, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 4, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5, Lazy 5 Ranch, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 6, Verhege Livestock, Argus, Indiana.
Here in our early Oxford Ram Lamb class, we've got three very different contrasting kind of rams. I think the ram we're going to lead off with is a buck in my mind that just puts some pieces together a little better for me. I really love the length of body and length of side in this ram. A ram that when you get your hands on him, he reads really straight and true down his top. A ram that you really appreciate the extension and elevation he has through his chest floor. And a ram that when you get him into motion, he's really pretty sound as he sets out and goes. I love the head shape on this ram and the color about him. I like the size of the foot and the bone that he stands on. If we were going to change him a little bit, we'd maybe just like to maybe power him up just in terms of true muscle shape compared to the ram that stands right behind him. But I think a buck that offers a lot of good in terms of future about him, I like him here to lead off the class. Really nice ram that we've got here in second. One that you really have to appreciate the power and mass. I think a ram that when you get your hands on him and study him, he probably has more true muscle shape and dimension about him. A ram that's really pulled apart through the center portion of his body. He's really wide and square throughout his hip. For me today, he just gets a little shorter from front to rear compared to the ram that stands directly in front of him. But again, a ram that brings a lot of good to the table that definitely has some pieces for the Oxford breed. Then we've got a real youthful appearing kind of a ram here in third, one that you really appreciate the elevation he has through his front end. He's really elevated through his chest floor, a buck that's really sound on the move. For me today, he just gives up a little muscle mass in terms of width down his top and width throughout his hip. But again, a really nice class of Oxford bucks from top to bottom. Thank you.
Placing on the flock class for the Hampshires, first place to L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Second place to Bobbendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third place to Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fourth place and the winner of the Slick Sheared Premier Exhibitor Award is Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And fifth place to Verhege Livestock, Argus, Indiana. That does conclude our National Hampshire Show today. Our National Hampshire Show has been judged. You got something else? You got something else?
Special class.
Oh. But we do have some special classes. I'm sorry, they're the 125th deal. So we'll call those out. First one is Class 56, pair of Ram Lambs from two different breeders. Pair Ram Lambs, two different breeders. Next one will be pair of ewe lambs, same deal, two different breeders. Pair of Ram Lambs, two different breeders. Now ready in the ring for Oxford late junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the Oxford class of early junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 9, 00 acres, 033, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa, big deal. Second place to entry number 7, Benjamin, 1422, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. And third to entry 8, Travis Johnson, Minerva, Ohio. Again, we now have coming into the ring late junior Ram Lambs. That's how they lost it. Again, we're now ready to do those special classes as part of the 125th anniversary celebration for the Hampshires. This is class number 56. Pair of Ram Lambs. Pair of Ram Lambs into the ring, please. That must be from two different breeders. These Hampshire awards are district competition, district versus district, so those two breeders have to be from the same district that match up for that pair. Next on this 125th anniversary celebration, Class 57, pair of ewe lambs, 2 different breeders, but from the same district. Pair of ewe lambs, 2 different breeders, same district for the Hampshire 125th anniversary celebration classes. The special anniversary pair of Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. The winner is Pine Lawn Farms of Holland, Minnesota, and Aaron Held of Aurora, South Dakota. Now we're ready for pair of ewe lambs. 2 different breeders, but from the same district. Now ready for Hampshire, pen of 4, both sexes represented. Animals must be from 3 different breeders within the same district. pen of 4, both sexes represented. Animals must be from 3 different breeders, of all from the same district. In the special class of the anniversary class for pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Bob and Dreyer Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota, and Ellen L. Hampshire's of Blair, Nebraska. Second place, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana, and Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. We're now ready for flock, Hampshire flock in the 25th anniversary celebration class. In this, the animals must be from 3 different breeders within that district. 3 different breeders within that district. On the Pen of 4 Lambs special anniversary class, the winner is Ellen L. Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska, Bob and Dreyer Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota, Pine Lawn Farm, Holland, Minnesota, and Aaron Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Again, we're needing a flock class in.
We've got a nice set of late Oxford Ram lambs out here. We're going to go ahead and use a really complete, really balanced kind of a ram that's really flashy and complete. I'll be the first to admit he's not the biggest or the longest ram that we have out here, but I think he's a ram that just puts all those pieces together. A ram that when you get your hands on him, he's really straight and true down his top. A sheep that when you analyze him from behind, he's really pulled apart through the center portion of his body. He's got some base width about him. Certainly a sheep that I think we can appreciate in terms of his breed type. And I think the one thing that brought him to the top of my mind is when we set him into motion, a ram that's just really super sound out on the move. A really big rugged ram that we've got here in second. You really have to appreciate his growth and performance at this stage of the game. A ram that you can appreciate how much bone that the sheep stands on. A really deep-sided, bold sprung kind of a ram as well. One that's really got some natural thickness down his top. He's really wide throughout his hip. For me today, I'd just like to smooth him up in the way he comes together from his neck into his shoulder and shoulder to his forerib. I'd like to see him just a little more attractive through the first 1/3 of his skeleton before he could move any higher. Then we've got an interesting ram here in third. One that you can really appreciate. He's really square. The way he sets down on all four corners, a sheep that's really straight and true down his top. He does have some width and thickness about him when we view him from behind. I think for me today, as we compare him to the bucks that stand directly in front of him, we just need to lengthen him out from front to rear, especially through his loin, before he can come any higher. Then we've got another really big, fast-growing kind of a ram here in fourth, one that's really powerful in the way he's put together. I think for me today, a sheep that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely compared to the three in front of him. I'd just like to see him blend a little neater from his loin into his hip and maybe see just a notch more bone underneath him. And then we've got a real youthful appearing ram here in fifth, one that's really long-bodied through his front end. Probably going to be the biggest ram when it's all said and done. We just need to power him up before he can move any higher. Thank you.
Now ready to show junior champion ram for the Oxfords, junior champion ram for the Oxfords. Then we'll show pair ram lambs, and then grand champion ram in reserve. The silent auction for the Hampshires will end at 4:45. 4:45. The silent auction for the Hampshires will end. Placing on the flock class in their special anniversary classes for the Hampshires, first place to L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Bobendreyer Boys of Pipestone, Minnesota, and Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second place, Grant and Garrett Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana, and Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. Also, the premier district in the special anniversary classes is district number 4. That consists of North and South Dakota, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. That does conclude the National Hampshire Show for this year. Our judge has been Steve Pash of California. Placing on the late junior ram lamb class of the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 11, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 1429, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. Second to entry 15, 00 Acres, 14039, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Third to entry 12, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 14, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Fifth place to entry 22, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Sixth to entry 13, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. Seventh place to entry 21, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Eighth place to entry 20, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Ninth place to entry 16, Laura Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry 17, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma.
Here in our junior lineup of our Oxford show, we've got 4 really nice rams out here. I think we found some rams as you step back and look at them. We found some uniformity in the 4 that we've got out here. Rams that are really sound and rams that are really complete. I think some bucks that also offer some usefulness and function for their breed and their respected usefulness. For me, I think the decision gets pretty easy. I'll go out and congratulate your Grand and Reserve.
Junior champion Oxford goes to entry number 11, the first place late junior Ram Lamb. Entry 11 is Winning Ways Sheep Farm 1429, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. The reserve goes to entry number 9, first in the early junior Ram Lamb class, 00 Acres 14033, Big Deal, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Now ready for pair of Ram Lambs. Again, we need Oxford pair of Ram Lambs. Oxford pair Ram Lambs in the ring, please. Double Acres and KF Acres. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Rams. So we'll need the Senior Champion and Reserve along with the Junior Champion and Reserve in the ring at this time.
We've got 4 really nice representatives of the Oxford breed out here. I think we've got 4 rams that really have a lot of usefulness and function about them. We talked about each one of these rams in class, but I think as we step back, and those of you around the ring watching, I think can see the uniformity that we've found in the 4 rams out here. I think as we move forward, the decision gets pretty easy for me. I've got a ram that kind of hit me hard as he came out into class, and then we'll go out and congratulate your grand and reserves. Thank you.
Grand champion ram goes to entry number 1, which was our senior champion ram. First place in the yearling ram class, Edgewood Farms, 1302, Edgewood Farms, Ottawa, Illinois. The reserve goes to entry number 11, our junior champion. First in the late junior ram lamb class, Winning Way Sheep Farm, 1429, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Now ready for yearling ewes. Fitted yearling ewes, please.
Montadale is now ready to bring them yearling rams to the south ring. Montadale, yearling rams to the southward of the ring.
Somebody geek.
We want to welcome our judge for today for the E.H. Mattingly National Montadale Show, Steve Reed from Houstonia, Missouri. Steve is a farmer and he raises Oxford sheep. He and Mindy also have a few other breeds, Lincolns and Southdowns. Steve has been a long-time exhibitor here at the North American and around the nation. Let's welcome Steve Reed to your National Montadale Show.
Following folks need to go over to the Hampshire silent auction area at their booth to pick up their silent auction purchases and pay for them. Marianne Johnson, Will and Ronnie Shakel, Tara Wirtz, Jay Earhart, Dominion Livestock, and Jody Petty King. You need to go and see folks at the Hampshire booth and your silent auction items.
All right, good afternoon. It's certainly a privilege to judge the Montadale sale today. We've got a really nice buck to start the class with. Easily the longest flank buck. You get your hands on him, extremely long from the last rib back. Really like the bone work under this buck, like the extension up through the front end. The buck in second, super correct on his feet and legs. Really like the way he moves about the ring. Once you get your hands on him, certainly not quite the length we have in our first place buck. Super correct. Really appreciate that about him. Just a smaller package here in our third place buck, but certainly some good things about him. Certainly some length of top, some length from the last rib back. Just getting out horsed a bit by the two bigger bucks ahead of him today. Congratulations.
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Now, ready. A ring for Senior Ram Lambs. Montadale Senior Ram Lambs, please. Placing on the class of yearling rams for the Montadales, first place goes to entry 1, Poppin, 3133, Poppin Montadales, DeSmet, South Dakota. Second place to entry 3, Smith, 1334, Smith Sheep Farm, and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. And third place to entry 2, Kent Minter, Akron, Ohio.
We only have one entry in this class, so I'll probably get one class right today. Really a nice buck. He's super straight down his top. Really like the bone underneath his buck. He's clean. He's extended up through the front end. Really complete buck. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Montadales, first entry for Smith 1401, Smith Sheep Farm, and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion Ram for the Montadales. In our Montadale show today, a few special awards. The E.H. Mattingly Trophy, given in recognition of a lifetime of service to the founding and developing of the Montadale breed, presented to the exhibitor of the champion Montadale Ram. The Ann Gregory Trophy, which is a trophy given in recognition of a lifetime of service to the Montadale Sheep Breeders Association as its secretary, will be presented to the exhibitor of the champion Montadale ewe.
Okay, today for your senior champion in the Montadale breed, really like all three bucks out here. We're going to use your first place yearling buck. He'll be your senior champion. I'm going to go back and use the fall buck lamb. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Senior champion Ram goes to our first place yearling Ram. Entry number 1, Poppin 3133. Poppin, Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. The reserve senior champion Ram goes to entry number 4, first place senior Ram Lamb, Smith 1401. Smith Sheep Farm, Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for Montadale January Ram Lambs. Montadale January Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
Really nice class of your January buck lambs here in the Montadale. Different types out here, certainly. We're going to start with a big, clean-fronted, extreme-fronted buck lamb, super long-bodied. You get your hands on him. He handles very nice down his top, extremely long from the last rib back. The buck in second shortens up for me, flank to flank, but a buck with a big top in him. You certainly appreciate thickness in him. You like the way he comes out through that hip. A buck that I really like here in second. The buck in third, another extreme made buck. Perhaps like to see just a bit more to him. I'd like to see him travel just a bit nicer off his back legs for me as he wanders around the ring. A little smaller package here in fourth place, but he's really correct down his top. I'd just like to see some more dimension of this buck to move up any higher in the class today.
Now ready for Montadale, February Ram Lambs and later, February Ram Lambs and later. Placing on the January Ram Lamb class, first entry number 6, Poppin E49, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. Second entry 8, Smith 1409, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 10, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. And 4 to entry 11, Kent Minter, Akron, Ohio.
We've got a really nice lineup of Oxford yearling ewes out here. I think we've got a lot of difference in type and kind. I think we've got some sheep that have a lot of good pieces about them. We're going to go ahead and just use a really balanced, real complete kind of a sheep. A sheep that when you get your hands on her, she's really straight and true down her top. She's really got some width and thickness throughout her loin and carries that width and thickness into a big, wide, square hip. A sheep that I really appreciate how sound she is on the motion. I think that as we study the sheep from a profile here, she blends really neat from her neck into her shoulder and her shoulder into her forerib, and she carries that down out into a real deep rear flank about her. I think what's really impressive about this ewe is her hip structure. She's really wide, she's really square, and she's really level, and she's the kind of sheep that I really like here on top. A really long-bodied, very complete kind of a ewe here in second. One that's really level in the way she's put together. A sheep that you really appreciate how balanced she is from a profiling standpoint here. For me today, I think I'd just like to change her just a little bit when we step back and look at her from behind. I'd like to pull her apart in her pin set just a little bit compared to the ewe that stands directly in front of her, but I think she's a sheep that has a lot of good about her and really falls logically here into second. A really big frame, long-bodied kind of a sheep that we've got here in third, one that's really elevated through her chest floor. She's certainly the tallest ewe that we have out here today. For me today, I think we just need to change her structurally, especially through her hip structure. A sheep that for me, when we set her into motion, she really likes to pop those rear pasterns just a little bit, and she just looks a little labored in her motion when she gets out and goes. Then we've got our yearling ewe here in fourth, one that's just really complete. She's really balanced, she's really attractive. a sheep that you really appreciate how she's presented today. She's presented us today in really short fleece, so what you see is what you get. A sheep that's really very attractive in the way she comes together in terms of her breed type. I really like how she sets down nicely on all four corners. I'd just like to maybe widen her out through her hip just a little bit compared to the 3 ewes we have in front of her, but I think a sheep that's really nice here in fourth. And then the ewe we've got here in fifth, one that's really long-bodied, really complete, and really balanced. A ewe that you really appreciate how long she is from her side. We just need to change her off her hind two before she can go any higher. Thank you.
Now ready for Slick Shorn yearling ewes, Oxford Slick Shorn ewes. Placing on the class of Oxford yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 30, Kelly Lee O'Brien, 13219. Shamrock Sheep and Company, Kelly Lee O'Brien, Bloomington, California. Second place to entry number 26, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 13628. Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third place to entry 35, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 4 to entry 28, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to entry number 36, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 6 to 37, Shamrock Sheep Company and Kelly Lee O'Brien, Bloomington, California. 7 to entry 27, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 8 to entry 34, John A. Apple and Family, Greenfield, Indiana. 9 to entry 32, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. And 10 to entry 31, Laura Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin.
Really an interesting class of buck lambs here. I think the buck I'm using him first, certainly the most complete buck to me. He puts a lot of things together for me. Super long bodied. You get your hands on him. The longest handling buck from the last rib back. But yet he's got some thickness to him down his top. I like the way he carries out through the hip. Walks about the ring very nicely. I think moves into first very easily for me. The buck in second. Similar in type and kind, certainly not the dimension down the top we have in our first place buck. Gives up a bit of overall length compared to our first place buck, but some really nice pieces here in our buck lamb. A real attractive buck here in third place on a side profile. But once again, we're starting to give up some overall body length compared to the two bucks we have ahead of him. But certainly a really clean fronted buck. You certainly appreciate that about him. The fourth place buck, super attractive on a side profile. Really correct down his top, but once again a buck that just really shortens up compared to the bucks we have ahead of him. I guess I won't call it a problem buck, but certainly a different type of buck here in fifth place. Certainly clean, very extended up through the front end. He's very nice down his top. I just need some more to him today to move him up any higher in that class today. Some nice pieces here. Nice class of buck lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Montadale class of February and later born Ram Lambs, first place to entry number 17, Jacobson, 1436, Jacobson Montadales, La Grande, California. Second place to entry 12, Baugh and Dunn, 1295, Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri. Third to entry 13, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. 4 to entry 18, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to entry number 14, Terrell and Fleck, Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. 6 to entry number 16, Terrell and Fleck, Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. Now showing for Junior Champion Ram, Champion Montadale Ram. Your next class will be pair Ram Lambs.
We've got a really nice set of slick sheared Oxford yearling ewes out here. We're going to go ahead and use the combination ewe for me. I think this sheep really works her way to the top pretty easily. I really like how straight and true she is down her top. She's really neat and attractive through her front end, and she blends really neat from her neck into her shoulder and shoulder into her forerib. I really appreciate how she sets down nicely in all four corners, and when we set her into motion, she's really sound on the drive. I think when you step back and look at her from behind, she's the kind of sheep that we can appreciate how wide she is at her pin set, and she carries that width all the way down to the ground. The ewe that we've got here in second, a real rugged, deep-sided, performance-oriented kind of a sheep. One that's just really deep-sided. She's really bold-sprung. really maternal in her look, certainly the kind of sheep that you can appreciate all that internal capacity about her. I really like the bone that she stands on. For me today, she just doesn't balance up quite as nicely when we look at her from the profile compared to the sheep right in front of her. I like a lot of good about her in terms of the way she's constructed. I like her head shape and Oxford breed type. We just maybe need to make her just a little bit prettier from the profile before she can jump up a spot. Got a really long-bodied, big frame kind of a ewe here in third. One that we have to appreciate for her size. She's definitely the tallest ewe that we have out here. You really appreciate the elevation she has to her chest floor. You like the length of body and length of spine the ewe has. For me today, I think as we study her through the lower one-third of her body, we just need to power her up in terms of width and thickness and muscle compared to the two ewes in front of her, especially as we study her when we take the wool off her. Then we've got a real powerfully constructed kind of a ewe here in fourth. You really appreciate how powerful she is down her top in terms of the way she handles throughout her rack. She's really wide through her loin and carries that width and thickness into a big wide square hip. For me today, I think we need to change her structurally, especially when we set her into motion. I'd like to see her move just a little freer and easier off her hind wheels when she gets out and goes. But I think a sheep that just has a lot of power and dimension to her and deserves to be talked about here in our top lineup. Same holds true for the ewe that stands directly behind her, one that's cut from the same mold. Again, a really deep-sided, very powerfully made kind of a ewe. A sheep that just gives up a little length of body compared to the one that stands directly in front of her. I like how powerful she is in terms of her muscle shape. We just need to stretch her out. Thank you.
Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs for the Oxford. Pardon me, pair yearling ewes and then senior ewe lambs. Pardon me.
Okay, in your Montadale ring for your junior champion, I'm going to use the late buck lamb, first place late buck lamb for your junior champion. I'm going to come back and use the first place early buck lamb. He'll be your reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
For the Montadales, our junior champion ram is entry number 17, the first place February and later ram lamb, Jacobson 1436, Jacobson, Montadales, La Grande, California. The reserve junior champion is entry number 6, the first place January ram lamb, Poppin E49, Poppin, Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. Now ready for pair ram lambs, and on the Oxford side, we're ready for pair yearling ewes. Placing on the slick-sheared class of Oxford yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 46, Midwest Oxfords 1308, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to entry 41, Johnson 664, Travis Johnson, Minerva, Ohio. Third to entry 47, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 4 to 44, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. 5 to 45, Tim Roberts. 6 to entry number 40, Buckland of Huntington, Indiana. 7 to 42, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. And 8 to 43, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Montadales, first place goes to Smith Sheep Farm, Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. And third to Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota.
I'm really pleased with the 4 bucks we have out here for your champion Montadale Ram. I think they're similar in type and kind. They've got some pieces to them that I like. They're all really correct on their feet and legs. They move about the ring very nicely. I'm just really pleased with these 4 individuals. I can only pick 2, so I'll go congratulate your champion and reserve champion Rams.
Grand Champion Montadale Ram for your national show is entry number 1. Our first place yearling Ram, senior champion Ram, Poppin 3133, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. The reserve grand champion is entry number 17. Our junior champion Ram, first out of the February and later born Ram Lambs, Jacobson 1436, Jacobson Montadales of La Grande, California. Now ready for the Montadales to go to yearling ewes. Placing on the Oxford pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Shamrock Sheep Company, Kelly Lee O'Brien, Bloomington, California. Second to Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 4, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 5, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. And 6th place, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois.
We've got a trio of ewe lambs here on the top end that I think really come together quite nicely. I think that's kind of some give and take as we analyze the three ewe lambs. We're going to start with the ewe lamb that I think just has that added ruggedness and volume to her. I really like how top. I really like the width and thickness about her. A sheep that when you look at her from the profile, she really balances up quite nicely. I really love the extension she has through her front end. And then as you study through the last 1/3 of her skeleton, she drops really nice in a deep rear flank. And when you study her from behind, she's really pulled apart in her hip structure and really pulled apart at her pins and just comes at us with some added volume. A really attractive ewe lamb we've got here in second. I think a ewe lamb that's probably going to be the biggest ewe lamb when it's all said and done, when she's finished growing. I just love the elevation she has through her front end. I love how neat and attractive she is on the profile. A sheep that really balances up quite nicely. For me today, as we study her against the ewe lamb right in front of her, we'd like to maybe widen her out through the center portion of her body. We'd like to pull her apart in her hip structure just a little bit and maybe just stretch her out throughout her loin a little bit compared to the sheep in front of her. But I like her here in second quite nicely. A real long-bodied ewe lamb and a sheep that when you get your hands on her, she probably handles longer from the 13th rib back of just about any of the sheep that we have in here. I really like the length of loin in this ewe. I really like the natural thickness she has about her. I think when we need to change her is when we look at her from a structural integrity standpoint. I'd like to see some more bone and a bigger foot underneath her compared to the sheep that stand directly in front of her. But I think a sheep that has a lot of good and a lot of qualities about her that I think the Oxford breed can use. And then we've got a real youthful appearing ewe lamb here in fourth, one that we really appreciate for her length of spine. We love her femininity. We love her elevation that she has through her chest floor. I think for me today, we just need to power up in terms of overall natural thickness and dimension compared to the sheep in front of her. I'd maybe like to drop her in her rear flank just a little bit compared to the sheep that stands directly in front of her in number 3. But I like the Oxford head on the ewe lamb here, and I think she falls quite nicely into 4. And then again, another youthful appearing ewe lamb, one that's maybe not as far along in her maturity pattern compared to the sheep that stand in front of her. I really like the extension she has. She's really feminine the way she blends together. We just need to power her up in terms of overall capacity and volume. Thank you.
Now ready to show for senior champion, reserve senior champion. We need the first and second place animals from the 2 yearling ewe classes and from that senior ewe lamb class that just finished up. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 51, Benjamin, 1405, Jerry Daniels, Weston, Missouri. Second to 52, 00 Acres, 14002, Bailey, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Third place to entry 50, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. 4 to entry 48, Edgewood Farms, Ottawa, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 49, Dover Genetics, Piper City, Illinois.
I really like the 6 females we have out here in our Oxford senior female lineup. I think we've got some great representations of the Oxford breed. I think as we study these females, we found 6 of them that are just really sound. I think we found sheep that are spot on in terms of their breed type, but yet also have plenty of usefulness and function. A lot of good females out here. Certainly been a pleasure to judge these older female classes. I'll go out and congratulate your Grand and Reserve Senior Champion ewes.
Senior Champion ewe and Reserve Senior Champion ewe both came out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Our champion, entry number 30, Kelly Lee O'Brien, 13219. Kelly Lee O'Brien, Shamrock Sheep and Company, Bloomington, California. The reserve, entry 26, Winning Way Sheep Farm, 13628. Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Now ready to bring in fitted January ewe lambs. Fitted January ewe lambs for the Oxfords.
We got a nice set of January ewe lambs in here in our Oxford show today. I really like the ewe we're going to lead off with. I think she's the kind of sheep that's been cut from the same mold as we studied the yearling ewe classes and the older female classes. I really like the rib shape and dimension the female has. She's really neat and attractive through her front end. A sheep that's really pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton. She's really wide and square throughout her hip. She's fighting these guys just a little bit today when she does come together and you get a good look. You can really appreciate all the good that she has. She's the kind of sheep, I think, in my mind, shows all those evidence that she's going to continue to grow and certainly blossom into a nice yearling ewe when it's all said and done. Ewe lamb that we have here in second, I think, is really similar in type and kind to the ewe lamb that we chose to start off with. I think she's the kind of sheep that has an added amount of length of body compared to the ewe that stands right in front of her. A sheep that when you dig in and handle her from that 13th rib back, she's really got a high percentage of hind saddle to her. I really like the bone and the size of the foot that the female stands on. Certainly she's really neat and attractive through her front end. I like her here in second quite nicely. Ewe lamb that we have here in third, a little more youthful appearing kind of a ewe lamb, certainly a ewe lamb that might not be as far along in her maturity pattern compared to the two in front of her. I really like how balanced she is from the profile. She's really neat and attractive through her front end. She's really feminine the way she's constructed. For me today, I think she just runs out of gas in terms of length of body from front to rear compared to the two sheep that stand directly in front of her. A sheep that's really sound and sets down nice on all four corners. We just need to stretch her out a little bit. Also here, we got a ewe lamb here in fourth. A sheep that you really appreciate how big she is at this stage of the game. One that's got that added skeletal extension and skeletal frame about her. I really like how attractive she is when we look at her from the side. For me today, I think we just need to change the last 1/3 of her skeleton. I'd like to see her blend together a little neater from her loin into her hip. I'd maybe like to raise her tail head just a little bit and maybe see her move off those hind two just a little better when she gets out and moves. And then as we round out our class here, we've got a really nice ewe lamb, one that's really balanced, and when we look at her from the side, a sheep that might give up just overall some mass and dimension compared to the sheep in front of her. We'd maybe like to see her a little stronger off those hind pasterns when she moves as well. But again, a really nice class of January ewe lambs from top to bottom. Thank you.
Really nice class of Montadale yearling ewes. We've got issues to deal with. I apologize for taking so long, but when you have things to deal with, it just takes me a bit longer. But the ewe I'm going to start with, I like a lot of things about her. Really short fleece. She's super straight down her top. Extremely long handling from the last rib back. Stands up good on her feet and legs. Moves around the ring as nice as anything in the class. I really appreciate that about her. Ewe in second, considerably more fleece on this ewe, but still a ewe got a bit more dimension to her. A ewe, another long-topped ewe, I like that about her. I like the length from the last rib back. A ewe maybe doesn't travel quite as nicely off the back wheels as what we have in our first place ewe. Super attractive ewe here in third place. Really short fleece, really correct down her top. You really like the straightness of lines. Stands up there good on a set of feet and legs. A thicker bodied ewe here in fourth place. You certainly appreciate the mass and dimension this ewe has. Once again, a ewe that doesn't travel quite as nicely off the back wheels for me compared to a couple ahead of her. Another real attractive ewe here in fifth, super long bodied, super long handling. Like to change the way she walks to move any higher in the class today. Congratulations.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready for Slick Shorn January ewe lambs, Slick Shorn January ewe lambs, and for the Montadales, Slick Shorn yearling ewes, Slick Shorn yearling ewes for the Montadales. Placing on the class of Oxford January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 56, 00 Acres 14006, Stylish, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place to entry 55, Ron Brockman 359, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry number 53, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 4 to 57, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. And 5 to entry 54, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Montadales, first place goes to entry 31, Benjamin 1350, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. Second place to entry 29, Fleck M28, Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. Third to entry number 33, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. 4 to entry 24, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. 5 to entry 30, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. 6 to 32, Jacobson Montadales, La Grande, California. 7 to 20, Jacobson Montadales. 8 to 21, Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. 9th place to entry number 25, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. And 10 to 28, Terrell and Fleck Montadales at Brookings, South Dakota.
We've got two very different Oxford slick-sheared ewe lambs here in our January class. We're going to go ahead and use the ewe lamb that's just a little bigger framed in my mind. I really like the length of body and length of spine in this sheep. A sheep that when you handle her from that 13th rib back, she percentage as well in terms of her hind saddle. I really like the size of foot and the bone that the sheep stands on. If we were going to change her, we'd maybe like to see her just blend a little neater from her shoulder into her loin and then her loin into her hip. But I think the female adds a lot of volume and capacity about her, but yet still comes together with a lot of femininity. I like her to lead off with. Then we've got a ewe lamb here in second that's a little more moderate in the way she's constructed. A sheep that's just really powerful down her top. She's really got a lot of width and thickness through the center portion of her body. A sheep that's really wide and square through her hip. For me today, where I just like to change her is we'd like to stretch her out compared to the ewe lamb in front of her in terms of her overall hind saddle. But again, two really high quality slick-sheared Oxford ewe lambs.
Now ready for Oxford February ewe lambs. Oxford February ewe lambs. Placing on the slick-shorn January ewe lamb class for the Oxfords. First place to entry 58, Roberts Farm, 141, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 59, AA 14046, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
nice class of slick ewes here. I think we've got a tremendously long-bodied ewe to start with. Really appreciate the length, flank to flank, extremely long from the last rib back. Really nice down her top. Appreciate that about her. Super attractive ewe here in second place. Really like this ewe down her top. Like the way she's made up through that front end. Just gives a bit of overall length up compared to my first place ewe. Certainly a fancy ewe here in second. The ewe in third shortens up a bit for me, certainly when I get my hands on her from that last rib back. Maybe not quite as nice out through that hip, but really complete ewe in her own right. Super fancy ewe here in fourth place. A ewe I'd like to change just the notch off her back wheels as she moves about the ring for me to use her any higher today. And a ewe here in fifth to round the class out. Just a little easier down her top, maybe not quite the dimension down her top as what we have ahead of her. Really nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes, Montadale pair yearling ewes. Placing on the Montadale Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, first place to entry 36, Eckern 315, Jacobson Montadales, La Grande, California. Second, 34, Smith 1319, Smith Sheep Farm, and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to 38, Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. 4 to 35, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5 to 39, Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. Results of the pair of yearling ewes for the Montadales. First to Poppin Montadale, DeSmith, South Dakota. Second to Smith Sheep Farm, Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to Jacobson Montadales, LeGrand, California. 4 to Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. 5 to Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. And 6 to Kent Minter, Akron, Ohio. Now ready in the Montadale ring for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs for the Montadales, please.
We've got two really neat ewe lambs to lead off with here in our fitted February ewe lamb class. We're going to go ahead and use a really complete, very balanced kind of a sheep. I think a sheep that when she came into the ring, she struck me pretty hard. I really like how neat and attractive she is. A sheep that when we step back and look at her from just about any angle, you can appreciate how balanced she is from the way she's constructed. I really appreciate how much base width she has about her. She's really wide down her top. She's really wide and square throughout her hip, but yet she still remains really attractive and feminine. She's a sheep that's really deep side in terms of the way her rib cage is designed, and then she drops into a nice deep rear flank when we look at her from the profile. I really like how much extension she has to her front end, and I think she's got those pieces that give us all the evidence that she's going to continue to grow. Certainly she's got the advantage in bone underneath her compared to the sheep that stands directly behind her. I really like her here in number one. Ewe that we've got here in second is real similar in type and kind to the sheep we chose to lead off with. A real long-bodied, very extended kind of a ewe-lamb that's really attractive in her front end. I really love the elevation through her chest floor. I really like how straight and true she is down her top. She too has a nice wide square hip about her. If we're going to change her compared to the ewe-lamb that stands right in front of her, I'd like to power up in terms of her bone. I'd like to see a little bigger foot underneath her and maybe just have her move off those hind two just a little freer and easy when she's set into motion. But I think she's a sheep that logically falls here into second. Then we've got a ewe-lamb here in third that's really similar in type and kind to the two that lead off the class here. I think a sheep that you can really appreciate how much length of body she has. She's really got some power and dimension about her. I like her elevation and extension she has to her front end. Where I need to change her is her hip structure and design. When she comes together, when you view her from behind, especially when you dig in and handle her, she gets a little narrower in her pin set. And we'd like to maybe explode her in terms of her hip design and structure. Maybe we'd like to change the way she moves off those hind two a little bit. She gets a little straighter and posterior in motion. And I'd like to see her move just. Then we've got a real rugged kind of a ewe-lamb here in fourth, one that you really appreciate the depth of side and capacity that she has. She's really got a lot of internal volume about her and certainly presents us with plenty of capacity. I really like the outward turn she has to her rib, but for me today, she just doesn't quite balance up as nicely for me when we look at her from a profile. She gets a little deeper and a little bolder through her front end, and then she cuts up into her rear flank just a little bit for me today. But I think she's the kind of sheep that we can appreciate the power and mass, and that's why she logically falls here into 4. And then we've also got another rugged design kind of a sheep that's more performance-oriented in her look. I really like the capacity and rib shape the female has. For me, we just need to change her hip structure just a little bit. I'd like to see her blend a little neater from her loin into her hip, and I'd like to pull her pin set up, make her pin set just a little wider. Thank you.
We've only got 2 lambs here in the January ewe-lamb class, both of them very nice in their own right. I think the ewe we're going to start with, just you get your hands on her, just extremely long handling from that last rib back. Really like the way she moves about the ring. Super fancy ewe-lamb here in second. Certainly nothing bad to say about her. This is how I see them. Congratulations.
For the Montadales, now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion. Placing on the Montadale class of senior ewe-lambs, first to entry number 40, Jacobson, 1402. Jacobson, Montadales, La Grande, California. Second to 42, Smith, 1408. Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Placing on the Oxford class of February fitted ewe-lambs, first place to 62, 00 acres, 14-032, Golden Opportunity, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place to entry 65, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 14-139, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. Third to entry 60, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. 4-63, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 5 to entry 64, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Sixth place to 61, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 7 to entry 70, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. 8 to 69, John A. Apple and Family, Greenfield, Indiana. And 9 to 67, Lobdell Oxfords, Freeport, Illinois.
I think we've got 6 really nice individuals out here for your senior champion today. Certainly some nice pieces in each and every one of them. Today I'm going to use your 2 fitted yearling ewes for your senior champion and reserve senior champion. Congratulations. This one and then this one. Heads on, Skipper.
We've only got 2 entries in our Oxford February ewe lamb class. We're going to go ahead and use a ewe lamb that I think has a competitive advantage in length of body. I really like how straight and true the ewe lamb is. She's really long from front to rear. I really like the elevation and elevation of her chest floor. She blends really neat from her neck into her shoulder, and I think she's the kind of sheep that's adequate in her muscle shape, and I think she logically falls here in a number 1. A ewe lamb here we have in second, a real powerfully constructed kind of a sheep that really does have some more expression of muscle down her top and through her hip. For me, she just gets a little shorter bodied and shorter through her loin and from her 13th rib back. But again, a nice class of February slick-sheared ewe lambs.
Placing on the Oxford class of slick-shorn February ewe lambs, first to entry 72, Nichols, 1415, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 71, Double A, 1405, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Over on the Montadale side of the ring, our senior champion was first place yearling ewe fitted, entry 31, Benjamin, 1350, Poppin Montadale's DeSmit, South Dakota. The reserve senior champion was second place in that fitted yearling ewe class, entry 29, Fleck, M28, Terrell and Fleck Montadale's, Brookings, South Dakota. Now ready for Montadale January ewe lambs into the ring, Montadale January ewe lambs. And we're ready for March and later ewe lambs for the Oxfords. Oxford exhibitors, you will have an exhibitor meeting following your show out in the hallway by the wool spinning demonstration area. There's some seating out there. So Oxford exhibitor meeting following their show.
we've got a nice lineup of March ewe lambs here in our Oxford show. We're going to go ahead and use a really complete, really balanced kind of a sheep that when you step back and look at her, you really appreciate how nice she is from the profile. A sheep that's really elevated through her front end, a sheep that's really pulled apart through the center portion of her skeleton, a sheep that's got some width and thickness and natural muscle about her when you get your hands on her. I really like when we set her into motion. She's a ewe lamb that's really easy on the move. She really strides out quite nicely. I think it's a sheep that really falls nicely here into first. The ewe lamb that we've got here in second, a sheep that really hit me hard as she comes into the ring. I really like the length of body, and that's where the big advantage it comes over the ewe lamb that stands directly in front of her, a sheep that handles a little longer from that 13th rib back, a sheep that might even have just a little more depth of side and capacity about her. Where I'd like to change her is when we set her into motion. She just likes to pop that top just a little bit and roach up and maybe put those hind two underneath her just a little bit, and just gets a little labored in motion when we move her about the ring. But I think the two ewe lambs here on top are really competitive and really neat to look at. Then we've got a ewe lamb here in third, a little different in type and kind, a real long-bodied, more extreme pattern kind of a ewe lamb that I think as we forecast her forward, we can appreciate her in terms of her future growth. I think she'll probably be the tallest or the biggest ewe lamb that we'll have out here. I really like the length of spine and length of body in the ewe lamb. For me today, we just need to power up in terms of natural thickness and capacity. I'd maybe like to see some more outward turn to her rib shape and maybe pull her apart through her pin set compared to the two that stand directly in front of her. But I think a sheep that has a lot of good, so that's why I like her here in number 3. Ewe lamb that we have here in 4th, probably the most youthful appearing ewe lamb that we have out here. One that you really have to appreciate for her length of body, you have to appreciate for her femininity. One that's really neat and attractive in the way she's put together. For me today, she just needs to be powered up in terms of muscle shape and capacity compared to the sheep in front of her. Certainly it's probably a function of immaturity at this stage of the game. We just need to see more of her. And then we've got a real ruggedly constructed kind of a ewe lamb here in 4th, one that you can certainly see that she's got some rib shape and volume about her. A sheep that really reads straight and true down her top. For me today, I think we just need to widen her out in her pin set, and we maybe need to change the way she handles herself off those hind two when she's set into motion. But again, a really nice class of Oxford March ewe lambs from top to bottom. Thank you.
Really nice class. Montadale ewe lambs here. Quality certainly in this class. These top 5 just super nice ewes. There's differences in them all. The ewe I'm going to start with, I think, puts everything together for me today. Really clean, very extended up through the front end. I really appreciate that about her. Really nice on her feet and legs. She's super nice down her top. I like this ewe out through the hip. Really attractive ewe lamb here in second. Not quite the overall body length in my first place ewe, but you get your hands on her. She's as true down her top as any ewe lamb in the class. Really like this ewe out through the hip. Certainly do appreciate that about her. A real long-bodied ewe lamb here in third. I really like the length this lamb has. You get your hands on her, extremely long from the last rib back. A ewe maybe not quite as nice out through the hip as the two we have ahead of her, but a ewe lamb certainly going to be no lower than third for me today. Another super attractive ewe here in 4th. Really like this ewe up through the front end. Very clean, very extended. Maybe not quite the length that we have ahead of her in the class, but certainly a very attractive ewe lamb in her own right. Another real attractive ewe lamb here in 5th. You certainly like this ewe lamb up through the front end. She's extended. She's got some length up through that front end. Super set of feet and legs on this ewe. Really a nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Now ready in the Oxford ring for slick shorn, March and later born ewe lambs. And over in the Montadale ring, we're ready for February ewe lambs. Third to entry number 75, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 4 to 80, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 5 to entry 76, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 6 to 78, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 7 to entry 79, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 8 to entry 82, John A. Apple and family, Greenfield, Indiana. 9 to 83, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois, and 10 to entry number 86, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. For the Oxfords, we're currently showing our Slickshorn class of March and later ewe lambs. Your next class will be Junior Champion ewe, then pair of ewe lambs, and then Grand Champion ewe. For the Montadales, our January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 49, Temple G67, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois. Second to 50, Smith 1416, Smith Sheep Farm, and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place to entry number 52, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. 4 to 45, Terrell and Fleck, Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. 5 to 51, Old Dad's Montadale, Albion, Illinois. 6 to 46, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. 7 to 54, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. 8th place to 47, Kent Minter, Akron, Ohio. 9 to 44, Jacobson Montadales, La Grande, California. And 10 to 53, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri.
In our Oxford six-shoed March ewe lamb class, we've got some contrasting types and kinds. I think we're going to go ahead and use the more moderate framed ewe lamb to start off with. I think a sheep is just really powerful in the way she's built. A sheep that when you get your hands on her, she's really blowing apart down her top. She's really pulled apart through the center portion of her body and carries that width and thickness into a big wide square hip. I really like the rib shape and capacity about her. And then when we set the sheep in motion, I think her big advantage comes to the way she gets about the ring. She's just super sound and athletic on the drive and just puts all those pieces together. I think she's a logical place to start. Ewe lamb that we have here in second will give the advantage to her growth and performance, a big frame kind of a sheep that's really neat and extended through her front end. A sheep in my mind that I think we can appreciate how much capacity and rib shape she has about her. Where I'd like to change her is when we study her through the last 1/3 of her skeleton. I'd like to widen her out in her pin set and change the way she moves off her rear too when she's in the motion, but I think a sheep that we can appreciate her growth and balance and style and eye appeal here in second. Then we've got a real long body kind of a ewe lamb here in third, a real youthful appearing kind of a sheep, one that when we step back and look at her, we can see that she's got some length of skeleton and length of spine to her. For me, I think we just need to power up in terms of muscle shape. We'd like to see her with a little more outward turn and flare and muscle expression when we view her right from behind. And then same holds true for the ewe lamb we have here in fourth. Again, a long-bodied, very long, extended kind of a made sheep, a sheep that has that added skeletal extension. We just need to power up in terms of muscle and thickness. Thank you.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready for Junior Champion ewes. So we'll need the first and second place animals from those previous 6 classes in the ring, first and second, to show for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn, March and later born Oxford ewe lambs. First place to entry 89, double A, 1410, Kenyon Buckland of Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry 88, Roberts Farm, 1404, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. Third to 80, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. And 4 to 90, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
Nice set of ewe lambs here. I think super complete ewe to start the class with. Extremely short fleece, really true down her top. She's clean. She's extended up through the front end. Handles with enough length from the last rib back. Really like her out through the hip. Another real fancy ewe lamb here in second. Love the extension up through the front end. Love the length of top this lamb has. Maybe not quite the dimension down the top as what we have in our first place lamb, but certainly a very attractive female here in second. The ewe in third, the big ewe in the class, certainly I really like a lot of things about her. I love her up through the front end. I like the bone under this ewe. I like the length of the top this ewe has. I'd like to change her just a bit around the head for me to use her any higher in the class today. The ewe in fourth, another super attractive ewe. You get your hands on her, she really shortens up for me from that last rib back compared to the three ewes we have ahead of her. The ewe in fifth, greener made ewe lamb, just need a bit more to her today to move her up any line any higher. And a thicker made lamb here in sixth place. You certainly appreciate the thickness she has. Maybe not quite as clean, maybe not quite as extended up through the front end. Certainly a nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Montadale February ewe lamb class, first to entry 58, McGrew, 1410, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Second to 56, Fleck, N24, Terrell and Fleck, Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. Third to 61, Poppin Montadales, DeSmit, South Dakota. 4 to 59, Jacobson Montadales, LeGrand, California. 5 to 57, Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. And 6 to entry 60, Kent Minter of Akron, Ohio.
We've got a really nice lineup of ewe lambs out here in our Oxford Junior ewe lineup. I think we've got some really outstanding individuals here. I think as we look at these sheep, I think we found plenty of usefulness and found plenty of function in these sheep. I think we found Oxfords that look like Oxfords. I think we found some females that are feminine but yet still have some broodiness about them and still come together with plenty of structural correctness and eye appeal. So with that being said, I'll go out and congratulate your Grand and Reserve Junior Champion ewe lambs. Thank you.
Junior champion ewe for the Montadales goes to entry 62, first place fitted February ewe lamb, 00 acres, 14032 Golden Opportunity, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. The reserve junior champion goes to entry number 72, the first place in the Slick Shorn February ewe lamb class, Nichols, 1415, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. Now ready for pair ewe lambs in the ring. For the Oxfords, following this class, a pair of ewe lambs. Your next class will be for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. So we'll need that junior champion and reserve that were just selected, along with the senior champion and reserve to be ready to come in to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Flock will then follow that class.
not a large class of late ewe lambs, really a nice class. So there's good ewe lambs in the end of this, and I really do mean that. The ewe lamb we're going to start with, certainly a large framed ewe. You appreciate that about her, but I really like the way she's put together. She's very clean, super extended up through that front end, very nice down her top. Moves about the ring very nicely on a good set of feet and legs. Really like that about her. The ewe in second more closely follows her. A super long top ewe. I really like that. Like the length from the last rib back. Like the way she stands on her feet and legs. Really complete ewe lamb here in third. Really nice down her top. Shortens up a bit for me, flank to flank, compared to the two ewes we have ahead of her. But really a nice ewe lamb in her own right. Very youthful appearing lamb here in fourth, and I believe she is really clean made. Really like her up through the front end. Just leaves a little more time to get around some of these ewes ahead of her today. Congratulations.
Placing on the March ewe lambs for the Montadales, first to entry 63, Benjamin 1450, Old Dad's Montadale, Albion, Illinois. Second to 64, Jacobson 1430, Jacobson Montadales, La Grande, California. Third to 65, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. And 4 to 67, Terrell and Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. Now ready for Slick Shorn ewe lambs. Montadale, Slick Shorn ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Oxfords, first goes to 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. Third, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 5 to Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 6, KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. And 7, John Apple and Family, Greenfield, Indiana.
Let's give these Oxford exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think we've got 4 outstanding females out here. I think we've had just a tremendous Oxford show, and it's definitely a privilege to be here to evaluate the sheep today. I think as we look at these 4 females, I think we found 4 individuals that are just excellent representatives of the Oxford breed. I think we found sheep that have some body and some function and some usefulness, but still are attractive and still look like the breed they represent. So with that being said, I'll go congratulate your Grand and Reserve. And again, it's been a pleasure evaluating the Oxford show here in Louisville. Thank you.
Grand Champion Oxford ewe goes to our Senior Champion ewe, entry number 30. First place in the yearling ewe class, Kelly Lee O'Brien, 13219. Kelly Lee O'Brien, Shamrock Sheep and Company, Bloomington, California. Our Reserve Grand Champion went to entry number 62. Our Junior Champion, first in the February ewe lamb class, 00 Acres, 14032 Golden Opportunity. 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Now ready for the flock class, please.
Really nice class of slick ewes here. I really like the ewe I'm going to start with. Easily the most complete ewe for me today. Really clean and extended. Super nice down her top. She's got some width and dimension to her. Really like the way she comes out of that hip. I think moves to the top for me pretty handily. The ewe in second, very much like her. I don't believe quite as clean up through the front end. I don't believe quite as much dimension down through that lower leg as what we have in our first place ewe, but super nice ewe in her own right. The ewe in third place, maybe not quite as complete. I don't like her quite as nicely up through that front end, not quite the length that we have in the two ewes ahead of her today. And the ewe in fourth place, the ewe just needs a bit more to her today, certainly not the width and dimension we have in the ewes ahead of her. The ewe in fifth place, certainly a nice ewe in her own right. Really nice class, congratulations.
Now ready for the Montadales to show for junior champion, reserve junior champion, ewe. Placing on the slick shorn, ewe lamb, first to entry number 71, Smith 1414, Smith Sheep Farm, and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to 73, Jacobson 1423, Jacobson Montadales, La Grande, California. Third to 70, Smith Sheep Farm and Greg Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 72, Terrell and Fleck, Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. And 5 to entry 69, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Placing on the flock class for the Oxford National Show, first in flock and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for this year's National Show is 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. Second place to Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. 4, Tim Roberts, Washington, Oklahoma. And 5 in the flock to KF Acres, Decatur, Illinois. That does conclude our National Oxford Show. The judge has been Skip Anderson of North Dakota. Remember, Oxford exhibitors, you have an exhibitor meeting out in the hallway over by the wool spinning area where the stage is set up to elect next year's judge.
Hello? Okay. Really pleased with the ewe lambs we have out here for our junior champion drive. I think it's been a whale of a ewe lamb show in general for the Montadales. Really happy to be able to go through them today for your junior champion. I'm going to use your first place March ewe lamb. Really liked her in class, still like her now. We're going to come back and use your first place January ewe lamb. She'll be reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
For the Montadales, our junior champion ewe is entry number 63, the first place March fitted ewe lamb, Benjamin, 1450, Old Dad's Montadale, Albion, Illinois. The reserve junior champion goes to entry number 49, Temple G67, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois. Now showing pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs. Your next class will be for grand.